just why I taste. So yeah, I guess it makes me smile. I found it hard, was hard to find. Well, whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 hello.
What's up, Bandidos? And we're live. It's Thursday, April 13th, and we're going into another build lab to cook up something special. You with me? Let's roll.
Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. And if you don't know, now you know. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Used to Ron G, Lucy B, Mr. Free. Brand now, Mr. Brooklyn way. Funk Master Flex Love. And if you don't know, now you know. Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call the trick, same number, same hood. It's all good.
Watch this.
And if you don't know, now you know.
What's up, Bandidos? And we're live. April 13th, Thursday, going into a build lab. And we're on to something special coming out of the Reanimated week where we created a bunch of builds that were off the hook for that event. A lot of fun. And so now we're perfecting some of those and also moving on to different builds. So we're gonna be tapping into that funk today. And so I did a late night stream last night. So I appreciate all of those that came and kicked it with me. I was just kind of farming and not having any real luck. Habsburg was on the map last night. I was like, I'm taking advantage. It was in the East Mall. That's my favorite place to farm. But yeah, Habsburg just drops like crap. You know what I mean? Like I was getting like Habsburg with health and status effects, Habsburg with hazard protection and status effects, Habsburg with explosion resistance and hazard protection. It was like everything but like what you really need. I mean, I got a couple of decent pieces, but overall. But that tips build I was working on last night is pretty badass, man. I gotta say, I'm further perfecting it because it's one of those that's it's gonna make the hybrid list and be way up there at the top because you can legendary with it, you can solo legendary with it, and then of course it just smears heroic with all directives. Smears on a bagel. So lots of fun, but we're gonna work on something today a little bit different, but I will be maybe equipping that a little bit later. So so what I'm thinking to start off with, and I'm not exactly sure how I want to make it yet, but I'm thinking about starting off with a max regen headshot build. So we're gonna go all into regen here, and I don't know if I want to use the Ninja Bike backpack or not, so we're just gonna kind of try it out. But the weird thing about Ninja Bike backpack is although it helps you on some pieces, it actually kind of breaks the concept in other pieces. So you know the Ninja Bike, right? It opens up an extra slot on your gear or brand set. So, you know, and it comes with the three core attributes, which is really helpful. So for example, on a Golan, it's gonna unlock both status effects and armor regen just off of a single piece. You know, and we've discussed this in the past that when it comes to Ninja Bike backpack builds, it's really important that every single attribute slot is being used. I mean, maybe with the exception of like one. You know what I mean? Because you're losing so much off the backpack that you want it all. In order for the build to make sense and to compensate, you need to make sure it's as efficient as possible. You know what I mean? So we get status effects here, and that's already bothering me just to unlock the 1% armor regen, you know? And where if we ran the Memento, for example, then we're gonna pick up 3% armor regen, and at the cost of just having to wear a second piece of Golan, or we're already outpacing the necessity of Golan, where we could put on, you know, another hotshot here, for example, and then we don't need to unlock 2 of those pieces. We only need 1 Bellstone because the second piece of Bellstone is armor on kill, and we only need 1 Murakami because the second piece of Murakami is repair skills. You know what I mean? So by doing it this way, we get the 3% armor regen and we omit Golan, or we get rid of hot shots, and you know we could try that too and run Golan, right? So with the we have to run 2 pieces, of course, to get that. So, and that's okay if you got a little bit of waste like the status effects on this one, because you're pulling off the 3% armor regen plus damage on you, so you get your damage back, right? So I think this is probably the smarter way. We can still try it with the Ninja Bike backpack if we feel like we want to power up. So that's one reason to use a Ninja Bike backpack, because you can run 1 piece of hot shot and get your handling and that 30% headshot damage, and then 1 piece of Habsburg and get your headshot damage and marksman rifle damage. So sorry for confusing you, but if I went back here, then the benefit of this is like, well, you're getting your power up, and so it sort of compensates for what you lost in power off of the Memento. Does that make sense? So because you're getting the 15 and 15 here, where if you ran the Memento, you'd have to put 2 pieces of Golan and or 2 pieces of hot shots, and so. But if we're focusing on regen, going back to this, then this one seems like it's going to be the automatic winner because it's just going to come with that 3% armor regen, right? Now, I know some of you might think in Ridgeway's Pride chest piece, which gives you a ton of regen, but I think that's going to be better for weapons that have an RPM. And, you know, we're sticking with season 11 theme, which is kill everything in a single bullet. So let's start with this one. So I'm thinking, let me put on another Golan. And then let's get out there with all armor and see what kind of damage we can do. And then we can also look at, there we go. And then we can also look at running preservation on our weapon. Let's go ahead and move the White Death first. And the reason why is because preservation is another form of armor regen, right? So the question then comes in hand, you have to ask yourself this question. That's a great question, Smurf. Why not go armor on K versus armor regen? And this is kind of going into that too. So when we're running and gunning, like if you've noticed the trend that I've been kind of going down, I think it's really this season, a lot of it's led to this season, is that I've kind of found, and I'm coming to the determination, and this is gonna, some of you are gonna love this statement, some of you are gonna hate it, but it's because it's all gonna lean into the memento even further and a little bit of Bloodsucker. But bonus armor is the best armor on kill in the game. Better than Gunner, better than Bellstone, better than Uzina Getica, better than 511, better than Hunter's Fury, better than System Corruption. It's the best armor kill in the game. It's unlimited, right? And so that's why, like, I'm not a big fan of running Hunter's Fury unless I got a special circumstance without running the memento, or at least Bloodsucker, but usually the memento. And because it's really the bonus armor. I can give a rat's ass about the 20% armor on kill. I've realized. I'm not saying it's worthless, but I'm saying I've realized I can give a rat's ass about that 20% armor on kill because I can get so much more bang. I mean, I can push my armor from 1 million to 2 million in a single trophy. I can push my armor from 2 million to 3.2 million in a single trophy. And then I start turning it to 4.4. 5.6. You see where I'm going with that? And it gets to crazy numbers I can't even count anymore. And that's what the memento is doing because we're killing so fast, right? And that's what we do. We build very strong builds that kill fast, which then thereby diminishes the point of regular armor on kill and powers up the point of bonus armor on kill. Why? Because it allows us to drop our shield, unless we're running a power shield like Striker. But it allows us to drop our shield, move faster, kill faster, thereby getting trophies faster, thereby getting more armor faster and bigger, thereby allowing us to play even faster, thereby allowing us to kill faster. And it's this vicious cycle that's working in our favor. That's what the memento does, because you're also getting power-ups and they cannot take away your power. They can't take it away. And the memento is not the only thing that does that, I should say. We also have, what's it called? Heartbreaker. That does a damn good job of that too. Heartbreaker is amazing at that. But Heartbreaker, Bloodsucker, bonus armor is where it is at in this game. And we need more sources of it. You know what I mean? We need more sources of it. It's absolutely amazing. So I will take... And that's why we're loading up armor, so we can get that crazy bonus armor. And there's ways that you can make the strongest builds in the game and still have like 1.8, 1.5, 1.7, 2 million in armor. And then that's what I've been showcasing all season, right? We got the SMG build, we got the assault rifle builds, we got the Juggernaut builds, and then of course all these hybrid one-shot kill builds, pistol builds, and all that other stuff. And so we're gonna do that, a little bit of that too. And so what's part of that? Okay, let's move on to the next stage of that. Is that we've found that because we have all of that bonus armor, that the 3% armor regen underneath coming from the memento is sufficient. Like, you don't even need another Bellstone to push it to 4% armor regen. Usually the 3% armor regen is strong enough because of your shielding, because all that bonus armor is preventing your white armor from being damaged, right? And so why have so we're gonna get into this. So this is that going back to your question there. I think that was who was that asking that question? Tony? Was that Tony asking that question? Like, why? Or I can't remember who asked that question, but somebody asked the question like, why not go armor on kill over armor regen? And then I think that helps answer your question. This is armor on kill, right? Because This is 60% armor on kill, which is better than 20% armor on kill from Hunter's Fury. And you're probably saying to yourself, yeah, but that 60% armor on kill is only lasting for 10 seconds. It's still 60%, and trust me, your 20% armor on kill is only lasting for 10 seconds also. If not less. If not less, okay? Because it only takes a couple of bullets to wipe away to your 20% armor on kill. The white armor, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And more importantly, that as long as we're getting at least one kill every 10 seconds, we always have that additional, in this case, 1.2 million in armor and bonus armor. 1.2 million in bonus armor. So we're going to be running around with basically 3 million in armor, and I'm rounding up. So we're basically with one kill, right? And we're really stacking that. So I'm being very generous by saying 3 million in armor. And so I mean, to get 60% armor on kill in your build requires a big sacrifice if you go the other armor on kill, the white armor on kill, right? You have to run maybe a ninja bike with bell stones, and you're probably gonna have to go with the mop, and you're gonna end up putting preservation and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But with this one, we're gonna be one-shot killing, and inside 10 seconds, we'll probably get 5 kills if the enemies are available. And that's the difference between killing fast and not, and between running out of armor, bonus armor or not, is there anybody there to kill, right? Because you either kill them all fast or they're all hiding from you. And so or you have to run across the map to go find somebody. That's the only time we typically run out of armor with all of these builds. And so the challenge of this build, for it to make sense, so our challenge is that, okay, so wait a second, Tux, you're gonna create this heavy armor regen build. Are you gonna be getting out of cover, or you're gonna be staying in cover? And that's what dictates whether the build actually makes sense. Why are you gonna run a crazy armor regen build if you're gonna stay in cover? Now, one of the answers that's actually probably the best answer is because you can. Okay? Because you can. Because this class of weapon is so strong, what else are you gonna do with that damage? Remember the thresholds we talked about? 10 million, 15 million, 18 million, 25 million. Those are your real thresholds. Sometimes they say 10, 15, 20, but it's really like 10, 15, 18, and then 25 million. Those are your thresholds. So if you're hitting 10 million on your first shot, okay, then every shot, every kill after that is gonna probably push you up to like 12, 15, depends on your build, right? And so when you get your chain killing effect. But if you don't get to 18 million, then redistribute that extra power into defense, because it's not going anywhere except for evaporating into the air, because it only takes 10 million to kill an elite. And if you're gonna go solo legendary, you only need 15 million to kill an elite. And you're not gonna be able to do that off of your first shot kill without the Dodge City holster. And so that's a whole nother strategy. So who cares? You know what I mean? Because there's not that many elites in legendary where you feel like you need to kill those elites with your first shot kicking off the campaign or the fight or the checkpoint. So because you have all these other non-elites and purple guys running around, there's usually only like 2 elites per checkpoint, if maybe 3 or 4 at most if there's multiple waves, compared to like 25 of the other colors. So my point is like, okay, so how do we get this build to make sense? So if we're gonna get out of cover, then it makes sense to go all blue. But if we're gonna go max regen and then stay in cover, then we might want to balance the blues with the reds, which is gonna thereby in turn power down to regen and not make use of any of the armor on kill, right? So is that, I'll re-explain this as we're going, because I'm not sure actually which way I'm gonna play with this build yet. But I know my patience and my style. I usually want to like run and gun. One hot shots doesn't give you anything. Tupac. I was just trading pieces back and forth. That's gonna go. I haven't finished the build yet. Sorry for that confusion if that's confusing you. But I was going back and forth to the ninja bike, which turns out into a 2-piece. So, but I'll probably put Habsburg here most likely. Something like that. So, so it's how much armor. So we're really talking about how much armor we're going to run. How much armor we're going to run will depend on how we play. So if I decide I'm gonna really get out of cover, now this is gonna be confusing. If we really want to get out of cover and run and gun, then the more armor the better, because that's gonna be our shield. First of all, you can't run an actual shield with a sniper. So the only shield you can put on is a defender, an attack drone or turret to distract your enemies, because you become invisible with those. And I'll show you that later in a different build. A decoy is a shield, because again, you become invisible, or a bonus armor shield, or repairs that are so strong you can heal through the damage, which is sort of like armor regen. So if we get out of cover, those blue cores are going to be really important. But this is what'll happen. Okay, so this is what we're gonna have to talk about. So does it make sense all of a sudden? Well, if we're killing so fast, and if Tux was saying earlier that the 3% armor regen is sufficient when you're running 1.8 million armor or higher, because of all the blue shielding, as long as you get 1 kill per 10 seconds. And if you're not doing that, and you should probably hang up your sniper rifle. You know what I mean? Where's the extra regen going? Evaporating into the air, right? Think about it. It's just the same thing as we were talking about with the armor on kill. So the white armor on kill. So if you're at 100% armor, okay, and let's say you got 20% armor on kill, where does that armor on kill go when you get it? You got 100% armor, and you get 20% armor on kill. And so when you kill somebody, where does it go? In the air, right? It evaporates. It doesn't go anywhere. It's a waste. It's not used. What if you never take damage and you got 20% armor on kill? Lots of waste, right? A continued waste. And so you have to look at that. You're like, hey man, I hardly take damage with this build. Lots of builds are like that, right? Sniper builds, for example, even some skill builds. And so like, I hardly take damage with this build. I'm probably cool with just like even 1% armor regen, or no armor regen, and a repair drone. Like my Heartbreaker builds, like I saw somebody running a Heartbreaker build earlier today, and they put on 20% armor on kill by running 2 pieces of Bellstone. I was like, what a waste. You know what I mean? Like you got, like, if you're playing that Heartbreaker, right, you should have so much bonus armor. You don't need armor on kill, especially 20% armor on kill, and then the armor regen from the other piece of Bellstone. It's just like, you don't need all of that. You know what I mean? You got bonus armor. It's making it so that your white armor is never, and he was standing behind his shield. You know what I mean? I was just like, wow. You know what I mean? You're never using that armor on kill ever. And so you got to see what you're using, when you're not using. I can't tell you which is right. It depends on the build and your play style. But I suspect what's going to happen is we're going to create this very strong armor regen build, and we're going to find we're not using the armor regen because our white armor is up to 100% because of all the bonus armor that's protecting the white armor. So where is this crazy armor regen? Where is it healing? What is it healing? It's not, right? It's not healing anything, like nothing, because we're into blue, right? And so if you got massive blue on top of your white, then that regen is probably not healing most of the time. And I'm sure sometimes you drop in your white, of course. You know what I mean? Of course. But as soon as you get that 1 kill, you're going to pick up another approximately 1 million in armor and blue armor off of a single kill. And it's like, you're good to go, bro, to the next kill. You only need enough armor to get to the next kill. And then you only need enough armor from there to get to the next kill. So you want your armor to go up and down. You want it. I use my blue armor. You know what I mean? Even when I'm running a shield, somebody was asking yesterday, like, how do you keep your shield from breaking? I feel like my shield breaks all the time, even with 6 tiers. It's like, you drop your shield. That's how you keep it. And then like if you're running the memento, which that build was, then it's like you should be using your bonus armor to allow you to sprint from enemy to enemy. And you don't want to be walking really slow, magnetizing all the bullets to your shield on your way to the enemy, so that by the time you get there, which took an hour, by the way, your shield is now broken. You know what I mean? You want to pop the shield when you're right in front of the enemy, not on your way to the enemy. On your way to the enemy, you should be using your flanking patterns, and you should be going cover to cover and moving really fast and tucking and rolling and jumping over hardcore parkour, basically. So, hey, Red Ginger Jitsu, appreciate that sub, bro, using your Prime. You rock. Rock. Okay, so a lot of this may not make sense yet, so I'm gonna break this down as we go. But just to let you know, I think ahead of time, what I'm thinking, my hypothesis is to take off the blue cores, okay? So that we're not running so much blue. So if we wanna go maximum regen on one of these builds, then what we actually want is to pull off some of those blue cores and turn them into red cores or yellow cores or something other cores, okay? Because if we have so much blue armor that we're never using the regen, then we might as well not run it. Unless you can, and that's the problem with snipers. And so we're gonna keep going in that circle and be like, well, shit, you know, I can go step into a solo legendary situation with all blues and start sniping everybody with my maximum blue cores and maximum regen. Like, might as well just leave it there. It's a pretty good point. So, but to optimize the build, we'd be like, okay, well, let's just take the build to the next level. I want to one-shot a boss, right? And that's the next level. So level 1, one-shotting elites. Level 2, one-shotting elite bosses. So those are the 2 levels that we want to get to. You're either one-shotting elite bosses or you're one-shotting elites. You don't want anything in between. Anything in between that is waste on a sniper build or a pistol build or a rifle build that's killing in one shot. So with that in mind, let's tweak this build. Thanks for allowing me to get that out there, get that thinking out there. Because as soon as I got, you know, I have to lay out the objectives, even for myself. Some of that's for me, right? It'd be like, hey, Tux, what are you doing? You're creating this high armor regen build, but you're gonna need all that regen? I don't think I am. So, but we're gonna need some sort of heals. So one of the benefits of the regens is that you can actually free up your skills. And so you can use, like the decoy obviously is a good one on one end. And then on the other one, you can use, I don't know what you can use. An attack drone, a revive hive, a scanner pulse, or whatever. But for me, some of it's like, well, you know, I want to run a lot of directives, and so, you know, you can not have to be so reliant on your skills, but you can also just run a fixer skill. Because we're running at least one skill tier, I do look at the fixer skill as a way to boost my regen. And so when I say let's take off some of those blues, we can actually turn them into yellows. But that's the same thing, right? A strong healer on a build that's at a maximum white armor all the time, shielded by blue armor all the time, doesn't need a strong healer. So, okay. So what I want to do is start turning some of these things red here. I'll keep that one blue because it's stuck there. But like this golem. Let's turn that one to a red core. And let's see if we can get up. What up, young Poppy? Hey, so what have you guys been thinking about? Anybody check out the what do you call that? I'm not sure if I'm gonna change that top one. X Defiant. Anybody been seeing the X Defiant stuff? What do you guys think? Yay, nay, cool. I think of personally my impressions. Don't have to agree with me, so I can save my impression. So if you disagree, don't feel bad. just so you know, I think it looks pretty fucking cool. I think it looks pretty fun. Way cooler than I expected. Way cooler than I expected. If you don't know the streamer called Stode, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, but STODEH, you should check his stuff out. And so I've been watching him. I watched him on COD stuff, and so he was streaming X Defiant today. And so I really enjoy his stuff because he's also a headshot guy, and he pulls off some crazy headshot streaks and stuff like that. And so, anyways, he's one guy that's streaming it. I might stream it this weekend. We'll see. It goes until I think is it the 23rd or 28th? I can't remember now. But it looks pretty cool. I think it looks pretty cool. So I'm excited to be covering that. I will be covering it in the future when it's released for sure. But yeah, the maps are huge, you know, and the weapons look great. Okay, so let's look at the pieces. So I'm running 2 pieces of golem. So we got status effects we don't care about, and then we get the armor regen. So that's why I'm doing that. I got more armor regen there. I might want to put weapon handling there instead of that sub regen stat. That's why I haven't re-rolled this one yet. So here's our second piece. I got weapon damage here, and then the weapon handling headshot damage. And then The Murakami's Emperor's Guard, so I got headshot damage, armor regen, and more weapon damage. So you can get these from the named item caches, your best bet. So if you don't have these yet, there's a Hollywood event coming up soon. You can farm that. Farm red stars. And so if you don't have the Emperor's Guard, that's okay. You got options. What I would probably run is actually, it would be a good thing to not have that because you have some cool options, and I might even pivot to that later. But 2-piece hot shot. So run 2-piece hot shot instead of a Habsburg solo with the Murakami's. I would way rather do that. Or if you really wanted the defense, you can go 2-piece Bellstone. So the Bellstone chest is what I'm running. If you don't have a Bellstone chest, then go ahead and put that down there instead. And you could put like Uzina here or a regular Walker here. That's fine too. Or a Habsburg. You got lots of options. Or even a Providence. So good stuff up here. So we got Bellstone, 1% armor regen, armor, headshot, weapon handling, and of course Headhunter. That's giving us that 1,250% of our last killing blow. That's what we're working off of. And then so we were talking to Murakami's, you got the armor regen there. And then the last one I'm running is Habsburg with the stats that you would expect. And then I'll put protection from elites everywhere. So protection from elites ensures that your bonus armor or your armor regen doesn't have to work so hard. So anything, I like running protection from elites on all my builds, especially if I don't need any more power. So we'll see. We'll see if I need more power. I'm not sure. So if we can one-shot a boss, and that'll make me pretty happy. And so what I'll probably be doing is playing with that because I have a feeling we'll have more regen than what we like. So if we look here at our regen stats, we're at 33 armor regen before the memento kicks in. So the memento is going to give us 3% of a million plus another 1.5. So we can get 45 million. I'm sorry, 30,000 of a million, and then another half of that. So we're gonna get 45,000 from that. You can't
memento. Be any geek off the street.
That pushes.
Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Let's see, where are we again? 33, 45 plus 33, so that's 78 million. We're not done. And then we got 25 coming there. That's gonna push us to 100,002 or 103,000, 104,000. And then this is going to get 30% skill efficiency, pushing that to about 32,000. So yeah, so we're going to be just under 110,000 heals per second in this build. Oh wait, what was I looking at? Oh, that's the damage. What am I looking at? I'm sorry, a little bit off. Basically the same though. Yeah. Okay. So let's start there. Let's just go get some damage checks, and then I'm going to use the White Death for now at least, and then we'll see if I start feeling like getting out of coverage. I tend to do that. And so I have Determined, which is aren't providing any damage or any heals or defense. This is just allowing us to play faster. Now, there's no point in really having that if we're going to stick to cover. But what else are we going to use? Okay, so this is a constant dilemma with sniper builds. And so in the past, what I've done is, yeah, let's do that. In the past, what I've done with my snipers, like in season 10 and before, I would usually run Preservation, which is actually armor on kill. So it's killing an enemy repairs 10% armor over 5 seconds. All right. So, and then that, and then if you get a headshot, that doubles it to 20% over 5 seconds. So that's 4% armor regen per second. And you pretty much always have that active because you're always killing, right? So that's a lot, 4% armor regen, right? So that's going to push our build even higher. So if we decided to go that route, add that. So that works for running and gunning. I use it for running and gunning with my snipers. And Determined works for running and gunning. But if we want to park it in cover and make sure we're one-shotting bosses, we can also put on Ranger is another one to go. Reformation could power up your heals. So can Future Perfect. Lucky Shot is a good one if you want to minimize your reloads. And then I have a Ranger around here somewhere. Yeah, Ranger. So there's Ranger, amplifies weapon damage. So that can help with bosses from range if we feel like we need that. So I think I have another White Death laying around here. Let me see if I can bring that with us and we'll re-roll that. Oh yeah, thanks, Kenthal. Canthal. I've been meaning to say that because somebody else brought it up in the chat, which is it's a really good point to you know, the named item caches thing you can always get any day of the week by running countdown, as he mentioned. I always forget to say that because I'm programmed. I'm pre-programmed, folks. Okay, so let's recalibrate that sniper. So I'm gonna recalibrate the hunting also. It's basically the same thing. So let's go ahead and put preservation on this one, wherever that is. Cool. And then I got another white death somewhere. This one, instead of vindictive, we will go ahead and put on I'm gonna put ranger on this one so that we can take them all with us. Yay. So the hunting 44 is a little bit weaker, but it's basically the same. That's why I put preservation on it. And then I'm gonna carry this around in case I decide to go running and gunning with it. And then we got determined on that one. And then let's make sure we got the right stuff equipped here. So this is giving us breathe control, which is basically stability for the most part, faster acquisition of targets, and then more headshot damage. So that's a little bit of help there. And then we'll have the TAC 50. We got our weapons selected, and all right, let's go see what the map has in store for us. It's kind of a crappy map. What I need are some tip of spear gloves and holster with skill damage already on them. Also need a bellstone chest. Always need bellstone chests. Need like 10 of those actually. Right on, James Eaton. You like that M1ACQB build? Yeah. Definitely without the vent, that weapon is powered down, you know, but I really love it for the event. We've been trying it for the last couple of days, and it's hard to get it to power up. Last night, if you guys were on Twitch, I streamed on Twitch only last night, and I was playing around with, you guys are gonna trip out, and it worked. So, you know how we were working on the Prophet, and we were like, hey, the Prophet has got this guaranteed crit thing, and I can't really make sense of it. Like, when do we need those guaranteed crits? Because you have to acquire the kill before you activate determined, and that's gonna not be a crit, or a great chance of it not being a crit. I don't know why I'm killing these guys right now, actually. I forget that we don't need the ammo. I don't have that directed on. And so I ran it with an Umber Initiative. I was like, how do we get those crits really high? And I was like, ooh, Umber Initiative gives you a bunch of crits and crit chance. I was like, so let's load up on crits that way. And I got it to work. I ended up not liking it in the end though, just because I was like, I got it to work, but it was still kind of squishy. You have great regen from that, so it's kind of cool. Because you know how you pop in cover and you heal up from it. So that part was cool. Let's see, what do we got here? Which weapon do we have? Determined, okay.
Reinforcements en route.
Doesn't want to come out of cover. There it is. Okay, there's a kill. Stop the chain. It always starts a little slow at the beginning because we don't have any special ammo, but you can bring your nemesis along as a good backup to skip the multiple shots and just get one kill with your nemesis. That's also a good way to skip that. 7.6. We need some trophies. Really? The fire that burns forever. So 15.8 right there without full trophy. So we got a good shot at one-shotting an elite as this one sits. And I'm not done powering it up either. So that's good. Another fucking foamer. God damn it. It's bad luck. I was standing there on purpose. I wanted to see how much we could take. Once the purple guy entered the scene, it changed. We have a turret, a purple guy, a gold guy, 2 purple turrets. I mean, a purple turret. That turret's purple, I mean. Damn it. Stop with the cartwheels, dude. The amazing bulletproof cartwheels. All right. So pretty hard to kill. So that was a lot. It was a lot, and we still don't have all our regen yet. Or heals from our fixer. Why am I... Did I... Oh, hold on. I got my paddle on the wrong settings. That one. There we go. Elite controllers.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Okay, as soon as I get all my trophies, I'll switch weapons to the SRSA-1, which I'm liking without a scope. It's a power down, but once we have our trophies, it might still work. So we also have our TAC 50. Let's see if we can one-shot with that now. Not quite. So I would like to boost that power so that we can do that. So one way to do that would be to like take away probably the Golans, right? Take away the Golans, move the Habsburg over here, put on 2 pieces of hot shots, and add an extra armor core. So we take some away, basically take regen away, put regen back on, while also pulling on back more damage. So we'll have to look into that. But I want a one-shot right out of the gate. At least with the powered up weapons. So there's our blue shield we were talking about. As long as we get 1 kill every 10 seconds, then we should be okay. Which, we just got 2 kills. So that's basically 2 million in bonus armor. I know it doesn't look like it, but it is. So remember, we have almost 2 million in white armor. So when you see that bonus armor almost as equal as the white armor, then that means we're at 100%. So we're about right there. So right there is about 2 million in bonus armor. It's about 2 trophies right there. Really? Someone shoot me in the back here. That boss. 15. So we're stuck. We seem to be stuck at that 15 value there. So I want to try to push that to 18 million, which is a lot of movement, actually. So we'll do that next in a second here. Really? Oh, really? Fucking dick. The punch in the back was stronger than their bullets. Guy. So I found in a lot of sniper builds, like you could almost get away with just preservation because you're constantly putting on that 20% over and over again. So that's a lot, and just have enough armor in addition to that to be able to absorb the hit without going down. Find you enough time to get your kill. So I think we'll balance this out a little bit and look at that as an option, as a way to get it overpowered. So there's one shot the boss. 16 point something million. It happened to be a crit, which is why we did it. 1581. So about 16 million. I haven't got like an exact number on the bosses. Like it happens all over the place. It does depend on the boss. Some bosses are squishier than others. Obviously that tanky helmet boss, I mean, he's like 30 million. Or plus, he's over 30 million, really. Oh, the long stick. Yeah, the Ecom's long stick. It's got a bad reload on it. That's the only downside, but I've been wanting to break it out. I never use that. Ecom's long stick. Perfect, perfect ranger on it. Okay, so the regen is definitely good. They're running special ammo. So that was affecting our bonus armor for some weird reason. I should probably turn off the directives at some point because the screen doesn't reflect accurately. I don't know if you guys have been noticing, but armor break has kind of been glitchy here and there. Let me see what else we got here. How do I have full inventory right now? When did that happen? I'm trying to get my hands on as much Heartbreaker as possible, so. Okay, so what I'm thinking is let's move some pieces around and see if we can get this damage up. So I think let's pull off the Golans because they're the most inefficient pieces on our build, right? Because it takes 2 Golans to get 1% armor regen. It only takes 1 Murakami to get 1% armor regen and 1 Bellstone. And so, but in the Murakamis also deliver a longer duration, which is better than the status effects. So I'm thinking like let's get some hot shots going here with headshot damage, and then let's pull that off. Let's see, hot shot with headshot damage there. Cool. And so I think that's the same amount of armor, right? So I want to try to add more if possible. Let me see if I got a Habsburg down here that I can use. I know I do, but is there one already rolled? Well, I guess we can just stick with the same and see what their numbers are. Protection from elites. Cool. So let's look at our regen now. So reporting at 58,874. And so we could also look at, as we go forward, at moving some of that weapon handling to armor regen too. Yeah, helmets are pretty hard. Yeah, like the whatchamacallit guy, the Chunga, his helmet's about 18 million on legendary solo. 18 million. And then once you get to his head, it only takes 10 million to kill him. Yeah, so the Chunga is only 10 million once you break that helmet. That's why you actually don't, to hit 10 million, it's not that hard. Don't need a lot of special builds to do that. No, Veter, Matos, I didn't see your question. The Memento with Heartbreaker is great. It depends on what you're looking for. It's a really, really good backpack, that Heartbreaker backpack. So you could go either way depending on what you want to do. But that Memento gives you, the good news about the Memento in the end is probably better though. Because you're getting the bonus armor on top of bonus armor, and then you're also getting damage and skill efficiency and all the other stuff. And then the best part of the Memento is that on a Heartbreaker build, it's the only heals you need. And so that way you can run Technician and not have to run Gunner and get your laser pointer and get your stacks easier. And so the 3% armor regen is all you need, and just throw on a fixer drone to boost it, which is also going to have a skill tier plus skill efficiency. So, you know, you're good to go. Yeah, no, I like that. I think the chest is a must. I think it's a shame to not run that chest. So, I mean, what's stronger, the Heartbreaker chest or Obliterate? We're still not one-shotting those elites? What's going on? What's my headshot damage on this? 281 is plenty. We just upped our damage? That's just weird. I think I need the Nemesis, that's why. Okay, let me put the Nemesis on as a backup. So the Nemesis is going to be stronger in this case. It should be. So 2.5. 2.5. Okay, the Nemesis is equal. So the MMR doesn't take power-ups. I'm sorry, the TAC 50 doesn't take power-ups from marksman rifle attributes. See if this one is gonna one shot. Really? You fuckers, they're throwing everything at me. So 8.7. I don't like that number. Don't like it one bit.
Hostile supply convoy. Goodbye.
Baby, get off my...
Serious drone detected.
I hate armor break. Turn that off. They don't give you any armor kits, so eventually you just have no armor kits. I probably have to kill like go through like 3 control points to get an armor kit back. So the bonus armor shrank a lot more, which means we're gonna be using the regen more. Oh, bad turn.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
There's a boss. One shot the boss, 21 million, so we're in excess. 20, approaching 22 non-crit. Okay, that's good to know.
Incoming hostiles detected.
See what the other weapon looks like. No scope. So one-shotting with the tack. Ah, fucking body shake. It's been my number 1 complaint lately, I think. Yeah, so we're just over on that 10.5, so damage is right there. Oops. Okay. Hold on. 14.7. And then how close to 20 do we get with no scope? And a lower bet damage. So 14.5 is probably a cap then right there. 15. So if we decide to use this weapon, then we're gonna need more damage.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, did we expire? We must have, damn it. Yeah, so she's about 20, give or take. What do you mean by brain AFK stuff? You mean like stuff like brainless, like you don't have to think, just kind of run and kill and push a button kind of thing? Easy to use, is what we're trying to say? If so, it probably is Heartbreaker going to that. Really easy.
Supply room access unlocked.
God, I gotta get rid of some of the stuff in my bag. I don't know how I just cleaned out. I just deleted a bunch of stuff earlier today before I logged in. I mean, before I had streamed. I must have forgot to move things over. I guess I don't have anything to move over. That's the problem. Like all the stuff on my character is like, I need it. I need it on my character. I guess I can delete that one. Yeah, I mean, I would honestly, a Heartbreaker is so good. I mean, I could show you a little bit later. Can slap them together. I was thinking about a Heartbreaker build earlier. I don't remember which one I was thinking about though. What was I thinking about? Can't remember what it was. You can use it for anything too. SMGs, assault. I mean, it's built initially for assault rifles and LMGs, but SMGs work great with it. Because what SMGs need is that survivability, and the set itself gives you a lot of damage. More damage than people realize. Oh, but I was gonna ask a question, like, so here's the thing, like with, I know not everybody knows that set by heart, but because some people are new, but what I find with that set is like, so the chest piece, so the set itself gives you 50% weapon damage, right? And so if you run the chest, it pushes it to 100%. That's a 50% increase, but it's actually increasing your stacks. It's not just increasing your damage, it's increasing your stacks, which means it's also increasing your bonus armor. The chest is so much more valuable, the Heartbreaker chest, than anything you can put there. Like even than the perfect spotter, and even then obliterate. So obliterate's gonna give you 25% total weapon damage, and that's it. That's it. Just 25% total weapon damage. What would you? Okay, if we're just looking at damage, what would you rather have? 50% weapon damage or 25% total weapon damage? And so it's 50%. Unfortunately, I don't have one to look at. I would show you. And so the only difference is the way it stacks. You could argue, well, obliterate will stack as you're gaining stacks with, which we call Heartbreaker. So that's something, right? Because you know you basically get that damage faster or whatever. Well, no, no, because in my opinion, like the best Heartbreaker strategy is to actually use your
Detected.
ACS shotgun and load up on those 100 stacks, and like really easy. It's so easy it's easier than Striker, and also easier to maintain than Striker. And so, and you can be really aggressive with that set because you're not running up there naked. Well, you are, but you're gaining bonus armor as you stack, where Striker doesn't do that, right? There's no bonus armor stacking on hit. And so you just got to hit the enemy to get that bonus armor. So it's like, and so you're going to get double the bonus armor if you run the chest piece, and double the stacks. And so if you watch carefully to somebody right here, and appreciate the sub, bro. And sub in advance, very nice. Thanks, Red. So if you watch, this is what you got to do, guys. Like when you're building, just the one thing that's really important is to look at your little icons down there and see what's on and what's not on. You know what I mean? See what's working for you, what's not working for you. That's what you got to be paying attention to. That's how you're gonna optimize your build. If you're like, where do I start? Where do I begin? Well, just look at your little icons. You know, these little guys down there and below, underneath my ammo. And if you're running Heartbreaker and Obliterate, and you notice that your Heartbreaker stacks are never climbing, you got a problem on your build. Okay, and so that's what you're gonna notice when you put on Obliterate with Heartbreaker, is that Obliterate will be stacking, but your Heartbreaker stacks won't. And so that's a problem. That's a problem, right? So basically, you're getting no value out of your Heartbreaker, and that means all the work on your build is being done by Obliterate, your red cores, and your crits. And Heartbreaker isn't kicking in. You know, so you got to rebalance your build so that your Heartbreaker is... And so one way, it's an easy fix. Let me just give you the easy fix to that, okay? Is to run up to your enemy with an ACS shotgun and load up on a Heartbreaker first. You know? And then watch and then start killing things. Now, what you're going to notice is how fast your time to kill is, and then you can take off Obliterate and you'll be like, oh my god, I got more damage without Obliterate, and my time to kill is actually faster. You know what I mean? And I got more bonus armor, and so you can start stripping away some of that damage. Now I'm gonna add another armor core now. Holy shit. Look at my time to kill. I didn't even change my time to kill. It's still fast. It's basically instant. And now I'm running 1.3 million armor. And then you add another armor core. Oh my god, I'm at 1.5 and I'm killing just as fast. and I'm running the memento, so I'm picking up a trophy. I'm getting a weapon damage boost and whatever. But what I want you to do is, like, if you're running Heartbreaker, I should be running Heartbreaker while I'm explaining this, but like, and you put on Obliterate, you will notice your Heartbreaker stacks don't stack. If you just start getting out there, and you only got 50 of those fuckers because you didn't run the chest. And so so that's a major problem, that you cannot gain 50 Heartbreaker stacks on an Obliterate chest. Now, part of the reason I'll tell you is because on some of these builds like that, they're not running Technician. That's part of the problem. And so with Obliterate builds, often what you'll see, and there's a reason why there's a connection here, it's that you'll see them running Gunner instead, or Firewall, or something else, right? But what they're not doing is they're not running Technician, because they say, oh, I only have 50 stacks, that's really easy. The reason why is like, because Heartbreaker, if you shoot in the head, then you should be able to stack. The problem is that shot in the head only lasts 5 seconds, and you guys know how fast that goes by, right? And so what ends up happening is that, so some of your shots are stacking, some of them aren't. And so because the headshot highlight spotter thing, or whatever you call it, pulse, the headshot pulse expired, and so the rest of your shots, you killed the enemy, but you killed them without your Heartbreaker talent activated, because the pulse decayed, and so you're never stacking. So people are doing that because they're running Obliterate, and so they think they don't need to run Technician, because they see the waste there. They're like, oh, I'm not going to run Technician. I'm going to run Bellstone instead, and then put on Gunner, and now I got 20% armor on kill plus 1% armor regen. And it's just like, yeah, but you're stacking, or you might as well start. Yeah, from there, start taking off your Heartbreaker and put on Spotter. Now you're good to go. You know what I mean? Now you're good to go. You know what I mean? Just watch the stacks. You know what I mean? Now we've experienced that. So we explored Heartbreaker back in the day, and we were like, hey, let's go into Legendary. We were like, hey, Dragon, you put on a pulse build. All right, we were like, you put on a pulse build, and so you do all the pulsing, and we can all run Firewall, so that we never have to do the whole pulsing thing and not run Technician, but we still get all of our amplified buffs. And it doesn't work. It didn't work. And so what we found, we were like, okay, well, let's just go aim for the head. What we found is that we had a really hard time obtaining and maintaining our stacks. And so we learned that. So we learned it too. I mean, we learned that this isn't just theory. And so it's just like, so I don't run a Heartbreaker without Technician ever. And that's the downside of Heartbreaker right there. So I lost all my stacks because I was talking, it was a chatty Cathy. So that is the weakness of Heartbreaker, is that you have to run Technician or something that pulses. You can run Night Watcher. You can also run sharpshooter, but there's no real value in running sharpshooter. Unless you absolutely don't want to run technician because you despise it. There's no real value there. Let's go get a bunch of trophies. You're gonna need those.
High threat enemy detected.
Send me some more swine. God, this guy has fucking grenades, right? Oh, great, more. That's special ammo too, huh? Over here. Oh my god, I'm missing everything. Gotta kill that boss. Really, you fucker. Give me that backpack. Got him. Just one shot killed him. We did. Sucker! If you hit him just at the right angle, kind of like through his backpack, on the inside of his backpack, you can one shot kill him. It's like that with the legendary chungas too, the black tusk ones. You got to get the right angle though. This chunga is easier to catch that angle than the other one. All right, switching guns. Let's put on the hunting M44 with preservation now, because this fills in a lot of gaps with that healing that we took off. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Down. Okay, let's get all our... So this is giving us 20% armor on kill over 5 seconds, which is equivalent to 4% per second. And so before season 11, this was my go-to talent, because snipers were so strong. I was like, well, I don't need any damage. And then I was like, but I do want some heals. And I was like, instead of putting 2 pieces of belts on them, you can still do that if you're running and gunning a lot. But instead of doing that, I was like, I'll just run preservation and keep my power and run a little bit of armor. And that works. And so with preservation plus the memento, you're good to go. One shot did that boss too. He was kind of broken already though. So we're gonna try this, and then on the other weapon, what we're gonna do is put on Ranger, and then see what that damage is, and then we'll make some decisions on where we want our heals or regen and where we want our damage. Now I know from experience, if you can have a weapon that hosts all the damage you need and all the heals you need, i.e. the White Death, another one is the 1886. These are the type of weapons that can do that. Then you know, that tends to be one of the best ways to go. Okay, so here's our this one's running Ranger. Really, fucker. Come here, buddy. All right, let's see where we go. To 11. I mean, it's a variable because it depends on where they're standing. There's 18 right there, but what we're looking for is peak damage. That'll be the easiest way to measure. $19.5 on crit. So maybe 18 million? 19 million non-crit. Yeah, we're almost at full trophies, so we're close. Let's go get some. Get 19.4 with the fresh trophy, so about 19 million, give or take. Not impressed with Ranger. To be honest with you. Mostly because of my gameplay, I like to pull in. But I don't like the variable nature of it. Oh, that sucks. I mean, if you're really into trying to get the most power out of your build, absolute, then it's probably the best for a sniper build. But you could just run the Nemesis or the tip of spear too. What up, Nanto? What's up, man? What's up, everybody? Striker, Streaking. Sorry, Streaking. Wanted to say Striker. When I see ST together, that's how you know you're a division player, right? When you see the letters in the S and the T, and your mind immediately goes to Striker. 20 million crit. $19.4 again, so we see that number a lot. Up 14 million. I duffed it. $10.4 base with the TAC 50, which is what really matters. And then 17-second shot with Ranger. So Ranger's not impressing me. It's a little helpful, but it's just like, it's not moving mountains, you know? It's not making a difference. And plus, it's not reliable. You'd have to maintain distances. And so you'd probably want to, if you were going to use it, you'd want to bank on the closest distance. So basically like 10 meters. Grumpy Random, you're right. And I get, he says, after trying a few of your builds, he realized that the mechanics are pretty important. What up, Matt? Prelude is back. Me and Prelude had a good time last night kicking it. Welcome back, Prelude. So, you're absolutely right, bro. Like, yeah, some of those comments, people were like, oh, this build doesn't work. It's like, please, I streamed this build 3 days in a row. I know it works. Live in front of 200 people. You know what I mean? Per day. Like, you know, thousands really, if you think about the people coming in and out of streams. But like, I was like, this build works. I was like, you're skipping the mechanic. You can't skip the mechanics. And that's why you gotta watch the whole video, man. You know what I mean? Like, did you make this build without watching the whole video? It's a 7-minute video. It's a 9-minute video. It's a 13-minute video, right? Like, it's not, I'm not taking hours out of your life. Watch the video. And the part where I put a chapter there that says mechanics, you know, you don't want to miss that part because yeah, it won't work if you skip the mechanics. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like if you walk in here with the prophet and shoot somebody in your head and don't one-shot him, you'd be like, it doesn't work, and it doesn't. Absolutely doesn't. You know, it's like you got to pull out your Nemesis or your TAC 50 first, shoot somebody ahead, and then shoot the prophet with. Shoot him with, get a profit headshot kill, and then you can shoot him in the belly, right? So it's 2 steps. And it is the difference between the build being absolutely not working and then being God mode. But other than that, I do try to minimize mechanics. I don't like a lot of complicated mechanics, but yeah, and you don't even have to actually do that. I mean, I could just not explain the mechanics and the build would still work. You just have to chain kill to get there, which is usually 3 kills, right? 4 on a very armored up build, less 1 to 2 on a strong build. And so, you know, and that's how Headhunter was originally designed. Headhunter is originally designed for you to chain kill. Kill 1 kill, kill the next guy. So the first kill is going to take 3 or 4 shots. You're like, headshot, he's not dead. Headshot, he's not dead. Headshot, he's dead. Now the next guy, headshot, he's dead. Now the next guy, headshot, he's dead. Now I'm off to the races, you know? And so everybody's going to be 1 shot. But the reason why I add the mechanics is because Now it's just like one shot, he's dead. Switch to this weapon. Now I'm technically off to the races already. She's dead. She's dead. He's dead. He's dead. They're all dead off of a single shot. And I use the strong weapons to do that, you know. But yeah. So that's just a shortcut, and this is the way I like to play. But you don't have to do that. Okay, so oh, we were missing a mod somewhere. What was I missing? Said I was missing. Oh, ammo. Is that what it was? Oh, this one doesn't have ammo. I was gonna say, why am I missing a mod here? It's my backup white death. So I like having 2 white deaths. In case you want one for range and one for no scope. So 2 white deaths is what I recommend. So I think, let's put determined here. I think determined is probably the best. And then I'm gonna drop the scope, and I am gonna go minus accuracy plus 50% stability. I can go stability, and you can go reload speed. It's probably pretty important. You could also go stability. I'll go ahead and keep reload speed. That's my natural way to play. And then on the back side, let's go ahead and run preservation on the hunting. So that's what we got there. The hunting is basically like the white death. You just get an extra mod at the cost of a little bit less damage, but they're really close. Okay, so then let's see here. Look at my power. So what I'm thinking is, okay, getting rid of this. Why? Well, so how much total headshot damage does this piece get us? Let's pretend it's God rolled. 25%, right? 10% headshot plus 15%. If we added a third piece of hot plus your weapon handling, don't forget that. So, but 25% headshot damage plus weapon handling. What does that one give us? This gives us 30% headshot damage plus a potential weapon handling. You see? So we'd be better off running hot shots because we're going to get 5% more headshot damage. Like, sort of the same thing, right? But that's a more 5% stronger. So it's worth it. And then, so that gets rid of Habsburg, improves our efficiency a little bit. And then that piece I put on happened as headshot damage. I'm cool with that, actually, instead of the weapon handling for the moment. And then we'll put more protection from elites there. And then, so then we got Belson, and then we got Murakami. And so what I'm doing is working on my damage first. Because what I want is to one-shot that boss. Which, let me think here. No, I want to one-shot elites. Right when I switch to that weapon, which should be easy. So TAC 50 one-shot. Then we should be one-shotting everybody from there. So by that third shot, we want to be at 18 million. Okay. Armor. Armor. And then I'm going to take off some of that protection from elites. And shift that over to headshot damage. So I'm just moving the same damage around, getting rid of protection from elites. I don't think there's a region block on the game. I've never heard of that. I know that Did he buy it from Yeah, I mean, it's what platform is he on? Yeah, let's see how much we have now. That's 281 without the scope. The scope would push us to 320. $325 with the scope. PS4? Yeah, no, that should be pretty open. But I haven't heard of that particular problem. Bugging out with the stores. Anybody heard of that? He's in the US too, huh? He bought it from the store. Oh, God. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Okay, that's what you meant. Yeah, I don't get that. I had a problem when I got it. So I had the original Xbox and I bought it from the store too. Okay, this might be the same problem. Let me explain my problem. Let me tell you, and you might think it's the same. So I bought my original, I did it the opposite. So I bought the original Division 2 from a store and I bought a digital copy. You know, you just get the code thing. And then I went over to my Xbox One, my original Xbox One, and then, you know, loaded it up. And then I played for a bunch. And then later I bought the DLC Warlords of New York when it came out, a couple months after it came out, like a month after. And so, you know, so that I bought from the Xbox store, the DLC. Then eventually I bought the Xbox Series S, the new Xbox, and tried to port the game over, but it did not recognize the game that I bought from a store, but it recognized that I had the DLC. And no matter what I did, I couldn't move the original, even though it says you're supposed to. My original my original Division 2 game that I bought from the store, I could not move from my old Xbox to my new Xbox. It said I didn't own it. And so I ended up having to buy the Division 2 again. And then from the digital Xbox store. And then what I realized is that it was cheaper to buy the bundle again than it was to buy the Division 2 all by itself. So it was like $30 to buy the Division 2 all by itself or something like that. And I already owned the DLC, that's why. But it was like $20 to buy the Division 2 with the DLC. So something like that, give or take. And so I ended up just buying both of them all over again in the bundle, and then it worked. And I spent hours on it and went through all the forums. If I was him, I would take it back to the store. I don't know, but digital purchases I know are tricky like that. But if it's something he did new, they should give you like a 30-day thing. I don't know, depends on the store, whatever. But I could not. I spent hours on that issue and I couldn't find a way around it. I read forums. I went to people's posts on how they got around it. Whatever. It was just a lost cause. You could try, support, trying to go through Xbox support or whatever, or Ubisoft. But you know how that goes. Ubisoft points at Xbox, Xbox points at Ubisoft. Nobody, and you just go in fucking circles, right? So I was just like, I'm going to spend $20 because my time is worth more than that. Sadly. Yeah. But that's everything, man. I mean, I'm not just pointing at Microsoft, Ubisoft, anything, right? Like you call AT&T and they say it's your iPhone. You call the iPhone, Apple, they say it's AT&T, whatever. It's just like, fuck. Such is life, brother. But I think that's the same exact issue that I had, except mine was in the process of porting the game from one to the other. But it worked. It worked on purchase. It worked on purchase. When I bought the original game and used the code. Matt on Twitch is saying the same thing. He had to buy the base game twice to make Woney connect the DLC. But it's getting 5,000 hours of love. Yeah. I think it's the transition of technology, and I think that's where we're finding these bugs. You know what I mean? Where everything went digital around the time this game went out, right? Like when this game came out, wasn't it originally on disc?
Hostile control point identified.
And they started introducing digital around the time this game came out originally, and then all because all the games started going now everything's digital, right? Like you don't buy discs anymore. Okay, what am I doing here? So I took off the things. Okay, so basically we need a boss check. All sorts of weird factions over here, huh? Got Tusk, we got hyenas, and we got
System disrupted.
9.2 TAC 50. One shot at him. It's a good place to be. Not that hard to do, but
System restored.
where's this Warhound? So you one-shot Warhounds by a foot shot. You see that? That's how you one-shot Warhounds. If you shoot them in the body, you'll likely have to, it'll break the armor and then expose the health, and then you'll have to put out more shots. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here on these elites. You lucky son of a... Let me give you something to play with here. Okay, 9.6. That's without trophies, so we're really close. Okay, that means we can do it once we get our trophies. Oh, another one. Oh, which gun am I using?
Civilians in
Oh, come on, man. Fuck. All right, see ya. I would rebuy the game from Xbox or PlayStation, wherever. Buy it from the platform so that it has a record of your purchase. That's what it's missing. Most likely. Basically through the PlayStation Store.
reinforcements incoming. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, of course they give me a big old fucking heavy boss. The worst with the fight. God, he's so fucking strong. He's just taking his special ammo to the chest, though. Like a man. Like a shot of tequila.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Okay, so basically the trophies. So now I'm gonna pull off my scope, all right? So I wanna go no scope on this bad boy. So let's go back to the stability and see if our numbers are about the same or where we need them to be, which is I want 18 million in the end. $19.135, there it is. Non-crit. Let's do it. So there's a decision: preservation, no preservation, right? Oop. So if we're that's what I'm looking for. That's what I was trying to get my damage. So this is where we want our damage to be. So if I add preservation, it's not gonna change my damage. It's gonna be the same because preservation doesn't add damage. Either does determined, which is what I'm running right now. So there's 19.9 with determined. Oh, just short of that boss kill. Do you see that? So maybe we do want to go all the way to 20 to secure it.
Civilians in distress.
I mean, you could just, I normally don't build the bosses, so you know, but you know, so I'm saying, because you probably heard me say this like a million times, like you don't, you know, the bosses are hard. It's the MPs, the other 50 guys running around that are hard. So you make your build for the 50 guys, not the bosses, you know, because once you eliminate those guys, it's just an isolated boss in you, and you know, that's not hard. You know, so take your time or whatever. But when you got all these other guys running around you and shit, they're flanking you and all that other stuff, then that's when it gets hard, right? Because you get outmanned. But you can't get outmanned 1v1 unless you get yourself into a corner, I guess, you know? So,
Health is critical.
but for this build, you know, I'm like, okay, I think that's what I want the objective of the build to be, is be strong enough to one-shot a boss with full headhunter proc. You can't do it unless full headhunter is procced. And so, and then the regen from there, I mean, a good regen or whatever. And it's like, and I want to play out of cover, you know, no scope. So obviously if I put on scope, if I would have ran a scope, we would have got that boss. Something to consider, right? So I pulled that headshot damage off. If we had that headshot damage, we would have been over. So if that's your style, then you're good to go. You don't have to change anything on this build. If you want to run scope, you're good to go. But I want to run no scope with the White Death. And the reason why is it makes the White Death really amazing and legendary gameplay. Like when the no scope legendary, I mean, the White Death and legendary without a scope is really helpful because when you get into those tight rooms, it's very powerful and effective. Where like using the Nemesis in a small room is more of a challenge, or even a deep scope. And so I'd run a no scope here and then one with the scope there, and then you get your TAC 50. So yeah, I'm thinking no preservation either. I think that we're probably good to go. So let's see. We need a little bit more damage. We know that. What do we got here? I mean, we're talking like a hair smidge. So we could, how to take off one of the blue cores would be the easiest way to do it, of course, but I want to look around. We could also do, I'm thinking protection from elites instead of the Emperor's Guard. So I'm thinking like, what if we go improvise down here? You know, it's like something like that with weapon handling, and then put improvised or, you know, run Providence here with an armor core. And so we're getting defense and offense offsetting each other there with less regen. Then we got 4% regen on the build, and now running 1.7 million armor. So we got bonus armor shielding us with 4% regen. Let's see what the damage because the other way, I'm kind of liking the idea of going actually like doing this. Let me do this real quick. Let me show you what I'm thinking. I'm getting mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. Going back to the original discussion, like how much of that regen are we really using? You know what I mean? So I'm thinking like if we go Habsburg, let's just do that for a second, right? So if we go Habsburg with Providence, or a second piece of Habsburg is the same thing. We can do that too. Either way, it's the same-ish. So you can, no, actually we don't want to do that, sorry. But if we do this, then maybe we can take off all those armor, I'm sorry, headshot damage mods, and move them to protection from elites and load up on that. That's sort of what I'm thinking. You know what I mean? And so let's get max protection from elites because of the way I'm liking to play, and especially with directives. Which one am I using there? Okay, good. So especially with directives and that special ammo. So, okay, so we took off 30% headshot damage. We added 15 and none here. So this might put us into a deficit. So we put on 15. And we took off 30, just added 15. So we might need to turn one of these reds, which is okay. Let's do that just to see. And then put protection from elites here. Nope, not there. There. See where I'm going? I'm just balancing it out, knowing that we were right on the edge. And so, there we go. Let's see if that does it. Yeah, Prelude, I think it's how you bought the game originally. You know, because I had a lot of problems with buying the game. I had a lot of problems buying the game from a store later on down the road. Yeah, I don't think I need a ton of armor either, Cheese, but it's you got a good point. But what kind of where we're trying to we were talking about on the intro of the game, and I'll explain it again as we're getting there. It's like you don't need more damage at certain points either. You're either one-shotting elites or you're not. You're either one-shotting bosses or you're not. And so once you get to the one-shotting bosses stage, then any damage over that, what's it for? Where's it? Who's absorbing it? You know what I mean? And so we lost all our trophies, of course, but so we'll have to get those back. And so what I do for efficiency is take the excess damage that isn't being used, no enemy is taking that damage, and I redistribute it to just in time to defense, and that allows me to move out of cover. So I do use my defense, right? Because I'm not allowed to use a shield, of course, because it's a sniper build. And I'm actually getting out of cover. I want to get out of cover. It's my play style. So there's 14.4. So we're going to be one-shotting everything. So 17 million. So what I'm looking for is a number that says as close to 20 as possible. 16.716. And we don't have our trophies yet. So we're waiting to get those. But see how I can take that turret? Like, do you see how that turret was wailing on me? Thank you, protection from elites, armor, and armor regen, right? So we were basically taking actual damage. It was diminished damage because of the protection from elites, but it's also diminished further because we were healing as we were taking damage. And non-elites are never worried because we kill them just so easily. And they're also eventually non-existent in the second wave where we have nothing but pure elites. So 18.4 crit. 17.8. All right, thanks for the rifle, guys. Everybody. God damn you. Get off me. So 18 before full trophy, so we're gonna do it, I think. Right? 18 before full trophies, so. God, this guy's got unlimited variety foam. How much right foam do you think is in that fucking container? Gallons? Fucking, how many liters is that shit? Obviously, it expands when it's exposed to oxygen, but.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Ooh, it's a big boy. Shit. Oh, two big guys. That sucks. Big helmet guy. Come on, dude. There you go. Do you like how he just happens to be walking in my general direction? You ever notice that? How they start backing up and stuff, like from somebody else, but it just so happens to be in your corner. There's 20 million right there with the Nemi. Not a big surprise. $17.2, a little short. Crit, we're definitely there, aren't we? We're getting awfully close to that figure, to the full stacks. I feel like we're gonna be just under. 9, was that 18? If we have to throw on a red core, we will. 18.5, so we're definitely close. But that's so we balanced it out to, you know, we took the headshot mods away, added protection from elite mods, and it basically ended up at the same value, which is I think what I expected because it was pretty close. But didn't we take off we did take off a blue to, knowing that, and it was still not enough. You get at these stages, really? Where you just reach that effective damage and it's really hard to move higher without making big leaps and bounds on your build.
Get the fuck away from this.
Do you see how she's running? 18.1. So yeah. So I mean, maybe we would have hit 18.4 or whatever, but it's basically we peaked out on this build. Now, if I switch to the Nemesis Attack 50, obviously problem solved. But I want to get it on this weapon. Yeah, that's right. You got it, cheese. That's fun, huh? That's fun. Yeah, because you only need 10 million if you're running solo, but if you're in group, I think that second shot is what, like 12 million? Ooh, that's a nice CQB. So we need to get, in order to do this, okay, we need to, we're close, but it's actually a lot. To move up 2 million is a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. And I'm not sure we're gonna be able to do it without a scope. Yeah, I think sniper builds are really effective in legendary content, especially those big open maps like Roosevelt Island, the zoo. I guess I don't really need this one. Yeah, let's go strand on it. Let's dump it. I need one with damage targets out of cover on it. $13.5, yeah. There you go. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, we're talking about is the scaling on legendary. So legendary is interesting, like playing it solo versus group. So it's the same configuration. There's very little variables in legendary, whether you're playing solo or group. So it's the same number of enemies, and they all come out with the same configuration. So if there's like taking Disagreement Arena, for example, you're gonna always have 3 tanks. One of them is gonna be red, one of them is gonna be purple, one of them is gonna be gold. You also have 3 engineers, same colors, same amount of red guys. You're always gonna have the 2 purple drone operators. It's always the same. Doesn't matter if you're in a group or not. That's a nice one, huh? But what does change is their armor pool. And so, but not as much as heroic. So the scaling in legendary is less aggressive than heroic scaling. As a matter of fact, like heroic, a 4-man heroic is almost at the same level as a 4-man legendary. They're pretty close. It does go up though a little bit, but that's because they already make legendary enemies super buff, right? They already make them strong. So you do have to power up, like, so an elite will cost you 15 million in damage solo, but when you're running a 4-man group, it costs you 25 million to take out that elite. And so you have to accommodate for that in your build when you're running. And there's no build that exists in the game for legendary where you can walk in and hit for 25 million off your first shot. Right? Like, I have no, you know what I mean? There's nothing that does that. I'm pretty sure the closest thing that can would be the Dodge City holster, but I don't think it actually does. I think you'd have to shoot a probably a red guy, maybe a purple. I have tried that with an all red Heartbreaker build, and you could do it solo, but in a group you can't with the Dodge City. So in other words, a Chunga is always 2 shots, an elite is always 2 shots too. When you think about it from a perspective of, you got to build your headhunter first, and then you're one-shotting elites. So that's too weak for me right there. And I don't know, it's kind of funny that that didn't hit, to be honest with you. So now we're hitting at 35. So the Nemesis obviously just goes, nobody takes 35 million. And if they do, it's because they got a helmet, which is going to require a second shot anyways, if not more.
Reinforcements incoming.
Let's see here. Let's get that guy's little head popping. So two-man scaling isn't going to be much different. It's a two-man. I always find is your builds don't change a lot. You don't need to. Three-man, you could pretty much get away with most of the same. It's not until you get to the fourth man in your group where the enemies are so fucking tanky. You know, it's like it's actually pretty annoying. And I don't like to play four-man heroic. I don't think it's fun, you know, unless it's a special event or something. Four-man legendary, no problem. I don't mind that. Or even three-man or two-man. I actually like two-man legendaries are fun too, because God, enough with the body shake, man. God, I can't fucking hit a guy standing right in front of me. This shotgun guy is fucking wailing on me. Yeah. It's that body shake. So when you get that body shake, you can have an enemy standing right in front of you and you just can't land that shot. I'll just kill myself. I want to tweak this build anyways. Two Toke Lefty, what's up, man? Good to see you back. Yeah, I'm cheese. We tried it. We spent a couple of minutes on the relic when it first launched, and we're like, yeah, no. And then just last week, we spent a couple of hours with it, and we got it to work. We got it to work great, right? We made a really good build on it. We were running a gun in one shot and everything, and then we switched to the SVD with the same exact build, and we're like, yeah, the relic sucks. You know what I mean? Like, we made a really good build, but it was just like the SVD. It all came down to the crosshairs. The crosshairs just do not close. You know, they just stay open so long. Let's see. So, I mean, I can power up, but what ends up happening is it just, for my objective, which is I want to one-shot that boss at 20 million, not 18 or 19, you know, I mean, that's basically what I'll have to do, I think, is right there. All right, let me try that. But many changes more than this, then, you know, if I start removing protection from elites or whatever, like, we just end up with a sniper build. Yay. We already have those. I want a protection from elites. No scope sniper build. We have those too. Okay, I think we... So this is the other build I want to show you today. We got a few that we got to work through, but so, but one of the other ones is the one I was working on a few days ago. This one's amazing. This one here, crazy, 6 skill tiers. That one has 2% armor, 4% armor regen, and I'm still looking for better gloves and a holster, and even technically a chest piece. It's a shitty chest. What up, Mr. Wood and Tarnation? Crazy Vape Man. What up, man? Just chilling. It's about to get crazy busy around here. Yeah, I'm on Xbox. Yeah. It's, we got some big news coming down the pipeline next week. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I can't. Confidentiality. But, yeah, lots of stuff going on for the Division universe, including Division 2 and beyond. And, it's not going to be stuff that you have to wait for long. That's what's also really cool. You know, we're not talking like 2028 or anything stupid. We're talking like around the corner. But you know how Ubisoft Massive is. They don't like to tell you things until the day of, basically. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. They want to be sure can be, you know? So...
Do you think that will save you?
19.21 with group scaling, and not all our trophies. So that might have been it. We might have made the change to get the builder where it was. Right? We didn't have all our trophies. And that was a non-crit, which is important. We don't want to measure our build off of crits. You never want to measure a sniper build off of crits. That's at least my style of thinking. You want the non-crit values. 19.458 right there. And that's because it's, how do I explain it? Like one shot, you only got one chance and you only got one shot for it to matter, you know? And that shot is a kill shot. Now, if you're running an SVD, then yeah, crits are fine. But on one shot kills, 60% crit chance. If you're if you need that crit chance to get your kill, you got a 40% chance of it not happening, and that is not how you imagine. Imagine being a ranger sniper or something like that, right? And you'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot him, guys, right in the head, but there's only gonna be a 40%. There's a 40% chance he's not gonna die, right? He's like, they're gonna be like, fuck it, we're gonna send a drone then and drop a bomb on his head. Like, and have a 100% chance he's gonna die. He doesn't need to, you know what I mean? Like, and so snipers, you got one bullet. That bullet needs to be a kill shot. You know, what is my drone doing? Look at it over there. It's stuck on that tree. And so, if you're not relying on that damage, okay, you'll be like, okay, I get a tux, so cool. So you don't want to rely on crits, but obviously crits are good, you get more damage, but you're already one shot killing them, so what's the crit doing? What's the crit buying you? You know what I mean? Nothing, right? The crit doesn't buy you anything. It buys you a stronger hit value sometimes, but the goal is to get the kill without the crit, like right there, right? That was 10.2 killed, no crit. That's the mission. And so, because if you're banking on a crit to get your kill, again, you got a 40% chance of not landing a kill shot. And where does that matter? It matters a lot, especially when you can only pop out of cover for minuscule seconds because the whole enemy platoon is firing at you, or when you're going to kick off a fight. So when you kick off a fight is a good example, like, and you see a critical target exposed, like a turret guy, and you're like, okay, when I make this shot, it's gonna alert the whole platoon. So let's make sure I make this shot count and get that kill, which I did not, right? And so if you're relying on that crit and it doesn't happen, so you alerted everybody, he now goes, runs and hides. You didn't take out your critical target, and you know, and every shot's gonna be like that, right? And so the worst part, though, is that once you acquire your one-shot kill capability, now your crits aren't doing anything. And there's a lot of things on sniper builds that are like that, which is why I run the Memento backpack on all of them now. What about Vigilance? Vigilance is the same way. So if you need Vigilance to get your headshot kill, which a lot of builds do, right? And so you obviously can't take damage. You get that kill, fine, great. Now what? Now you're chain killing everybody, right? And so what happens when you take damage? Then after you get your after you activate Headhunter, nothing happens. You're still chain killing, right? What happens is, you know, after 3 headshot kills, you're still chain killing. Everybody's dying in 1 shot. So vigilance no longer matters. Which is why vigilance can be a big waste, right? It is a waste. So once you activate Headhunter, vigilance no longer does anything for you. And so that's why I don't like to run vigilance, because it's only important on my first headshot kill, and after that, it's just like, oh my god. So then on the other 49 guys, I'm not using it, you know. And so that's why I want the Memento, because it's the same thing with Memento. But what's cool about Memento is they can't take my damage away, right? I could take it, but it doesn't matter because I'm not using it anyways. To the same point. I mean, sometimes you are, of course, when you have to re-proc. But what I am using is the bonus armor and the regen. And so that's why I use the Memento, and of course the skill efficiency. So that's why the Memento is better for sniper builds, because Headhunter is best in slot and sniper, and Headhunter diminishes the value on a lot of your pieces. Same thing with Sawyer's knee pads, right? So Sawyer's knee pads, 30% weapon damage, you can't move. Killed the boss, 19.7, 1 shot. That's awesome. There. 19.7 is what we needed. All right, well, let's verify that number. So, Sawyer's knee pads, you can't move. You get 30% weapon damage. And then you get your 1-shot kill, and now you can move, right? What if you lose the 30% headshot damage because you move? It doesn't matter. And so that's what I tell people, like vigilance and Sawyer's knee pads, like it doesn't matter. You only need them for the first kill. So people say, oh, Sawyer's knee pads suck because, you know, you can't move. Sure you can. You only need that for the first kill. So stay steady, you know. Of course, it can still be annoying if you lose your buff and then, you know, you're like, God damn it, I got to reactivate and there's nothing but elites out there. Now I got to stay still for 30 seconds. So yeah, I mean, you can find yourself in that position. It's sort of rare though, to be honest with you. But because it's always kind of activating, deactivating in the background. But it still provides value over vigilance, because you cannot be staggered and an armor core and all that other stuff. So there's still value beyond vigilance. Vigilance is absolutely goes away. It's not there, you know. Nothing wrong with vigilance. I'm just saying, you know. The problem is Headhunter. Headhunter's so strong, it's taken the value away from a lot of gear pieces in this game. Like First Blood. First Blood used to be cool. I used to use First Blood a lot. Now it's garbage because of Headhunter. Yeah, I think we got the damage. 19.7 looks like the threshold, so we just need to check on a few variety of bosses. And so remember, if you're running this from cover with a scope, then you got more damage than I do. And so we're running, how much protection from elites is that? 52% protection from elites. That's a really good place. And then we're picking up 30% bonus armor on kill. And then we got the 3% armor regen. And if you felt like you wanted more regen, which we can test that too, we can run preservation, no scope also, and give yourself some godliness. It's sort of a trade-off. You're going to take a little bit more damage because you have to be a little bit more accurate, but you're going to get a lot more heals. So it's certainly the same but different. The best way to get gear mods in the game is probably Countdown, Crazy. You got to go to Countdown, turn it to gear mods, and just farm the hell out of it. And I'd probably even do it on challenging, not heroic. Heroic can be chaotic if you don't know the players. It could be good or bad. Look at, okay, here's our name boss. So what we're gonna do is let's go to our So we shouldn't be able to kill him. Not on the first kill. So 10, which is enough to kill an elite on our first kill. So that's good. That's what we want to see. 17 on our second shot. 19.3 on our third. All right.
Civilians in danger.
Boss. Thought I saw one more guy. Oh, yeah, there it is. $20.7 non-crit. However, we had a fresh trophy. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. The trophy probably gave us 100,000 maybe. Those fresh trophies are the real deal. All right? Don't F with the don't F with the trophies, man. Look, when we grab a fresh trophy, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. That's 20% weapon damage for 10 seconds. It's the real deal. I'm Cheese. I always appreciate a fellow sniper in the chat. Appreciate you coming by to hang out. If you didn't see the build, if you're just not joining in, I am using the White Death. I'm actually going to rotate that. Let's go ahead and use SRS A1 and see if we can do the same thing. So stability mods everywhere. This one's got a larger mag, so there's a lot of value there. I wish I had damage targets out of cover. I just damage armor's fine though. And then we're running determine, which allows us, once we earn the headshot, we can start applying it to the body and still count as a headshot. The M1A's got a lot more damage. You see that? So if I switch to the SRS, I might want to time out the boss kill shot by going back to the White Death. So the SRS is a little easier to go. You got a bigger mag, so less reloading. That's really the win. That's the #1 win. So speed. And then otherwise I was using the Nemesis as a backup. That's a good backup against heavies. And then you also have the TAC 50 does the same thing. But the problem with the TAC 50 is switching in and out of it, which is why I sometimes like to have both, because the TAC 50's, you know, its weapon swapping is so slow, right? And I have my animations turned off. So let's use the TAC 50 here to acquire our first kill. This is important shot. So this is the first test to any headshot build. Can you kill an elite with the first shot? Now happened to be a crit, but the answer is yes. And so you need to hit your first shot out of cover with your Nemesis or TAC 50 needs to exceed 9.8 million, and you can do that. And then let's switch over to the SRS. Now from here is, can I kill an elite with my first shot using the other weapon? And the non-elites and stuff like that are nice too, but they're not as important. There you go. And the answer is yes, 14.4. So we got 4 million in excess. Think about that. Why do I have 4 million in excess? So that is the true test of a great sniper build right there. And I can tell you we got 4 million in excess, okay? I normally don't like that 4 million in excess, but on this build, I added it on purpose. Why? Because I stated my objective. I want to one-shot the boss, right? And so, but a smarter sniper build, in my opinion, doesn't one-shot the boss. A smarter sniper build is fine with 2 or even 3 shots on the boss, but he one-shots everybody else. So one-shot elites, one-shot non-elites, one-shot veterans, one-shot normals. But when it comes to the boss, the best sniper builds don't shoot one-shot the boss. That's my opinion. I know a lot of people would disagree with that. But that allows you to load on tons of weapon handling, regen, repair skills. You could be a great team support player. You can build a strong fixer drone. You can pass it around to allies. Or you could be in a sniper god that never misses a shot, that can run and gun with no scope. And so if you don't one-shot the boss, I'm going to switch guns here. If you don't one-shot the boss, then that gives you room to redistribute that extra 7 million in damage I have here. On this build, I have an excess of 10 million in damage. I have 2 times more damage than I need. 100% more damage than I need, I should say. That's better. 20 million right there. You see that? One-shotting the boss. Down. See that? So that's why we have excess damage, so I can do that. That's the only reason why. But why is there a smarter, why is that a waste? Okay, why is that a waste? Because I could easily make this build, cut off 10 million off this build and just run the Nemesis as my secondary. So when the boss comes out, just switch to your Nemesis. You see what I'm saying? And one shot the boss that way. Let's give that a whirl. Do you get me? Okay, let me explain it a different way. All you need is 10 million to one shot everything but the boss. So any damage over 10 million is a waste. That's in solo gameplay. Your numbers will change. So in group gameplay, you need 15 million. So 10 million right there. That's our first shot kill. Let's use a Nemesis here. Let's see what our excess is with the Nemesis. So Nemesis is going to get numbers like 40 million and 30 million and crazy shit. You can go way higher, right? You can get like 100 million with your Nemesis. 60 solo. Try to get somebody here though. So, and you don't even need the Nemesis. You can do it with your TAC 52 is my point. You see what I'm saying? So you have lots of options to one-shot bosses without speccing it into your build. And what do you call it? The TAC 50 is probably ultimately the best way because you get so much TAC 50 ammo. Well, actually, scratch that, sorry. 23 million, right? So that's second kill. The TAC 50 has diminished damage against named enemies. So technically it's weaker than the Nemesis. But if you have Headhunter active, who cares? You're still one-shotting the boss. Okay, so Headhunter overrides the weakness. 41 million. Who in this gameplay takes 41 million? Nobody. Not even the bosses, right? We saw that we're killing bosses with 20 million. So if I just simply add the Nemesis into my gameplay, I now have an excess of 30 million in damage with this current configuration. So that tells me like, oh, do you see how I'm thinking here? So there's no right or wrong. You know, you don't have to do it this way, but what it does is it opens up the possibilities on your build. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not trying to tell you I'm right. I'm not trying to tell you my builds are the best. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you, depending on how you look at it, you know, your builds are infinite possibilities what you want to do. And so if I simply add the TAC 50, the Nemesis, into my gameplay strategy, even the TAC 50, okay, against bosses. Why? Because once you have Headhunter, it doesn't matter if you got weakened, reduced damage against named enemies. You see that comment down there on the right? Reduced damage against named enemies. Doesn't matter with Headhunter. So let's use the TAC 50, or let's, we should be close to a boss here. You don't need to prep it. You just need to have Headhunter proc and then switch to your TAC 50. So I'll use the White Death here, and then when the boss comes, we'll switch to the TAC 50 and we'll kill him. Unless it's a helmeted boss, which I'm sure they're gonna fucking give me. You know what I mean? Okay, they love to do that. Okay, here comes the boss. Ooh, that was a weird fucking jump he did, didn't it? Ooh, no, I didn't do it. Never mind. Either that wasn't a headshot, or it was possible I hit him on the hand. But the Nemesis, I mean, the TAC 50 should override. Either way, if it doesn't, it's fine. Let's try again. All right. We'll have to check that again later. But it does have diminished damage, so if it ends up being too weak, just use your Nemi. Might depend on the build. So either way, so what I'm saying is like it opens the possibilities just by, let's just limit that comment to the Nemesis at this moment. So just by bringing the Nemesis in as a secondary weapon, then we can put all that armor back and be like, yeah, so the difference between running a 2 million armor build and one-shotting the boss versus a 1.3 million armor build and one-shotting the boss is the difference of switching the weapons just for the boss. Right? So adding, which we'll call a mechanic, right? We'll simplify that by calling it a mechanic. And so that's why I say, in my opinion, it's just smarter to build for the other 48 guys. Even if you don't want to add the mechanic of the Nemesis, if you didn't own the Nemesis, I would still make that same comment. I would still say, yeah, no, just, you know, make an amazing build for the initial 48 enemies, and make sure you can one-shot elites. And then when the boss comes, just put a couple extra shots into him. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you have to anyway. Sometimes you don't even have a choice because it's going to be the heavy with the helmet, which they love to give me. That dude. Hey, Destroyer Words, I wanted to pair you up with Hobo. When you see Hobo, I was like, Hobo and you guys will both like make funny comments, like play on word type stuff. I was like, oh, you guys gotta get both of you. You might even be the same person. I'm not sure because you're never on the chat at the same time. But he was just here earlier. But I was saying that the other day. I was like, oh, you say funny things. You should be here with. Oh, look at that rate of fire on a TKB. I like that. Yeah. Don't have space. I've been meaning to go. We're gonna have to go to the stash and unload, and then we're gonna reconfigure the build based on what we just talked about. Good exercise. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, where's the manhunt, by the way, isn't it? And yeah, it's over here. Okay, let's go put on a manhunt build. Let's take care of those tasks. And then let's, at the same time, clean up our... Let me dump some stuff off to White House. I'm gonna put on a build to prove the point, and it kicks ass. And so we're talking about, like, you know, again, stating your objective. And so if we just state that we want to one-shot the boss, and that can be simply, I mean, you still have to play with the build to test it, right? Be like, okay, so we know to one-shot the boss, you need basically 19.7 million. So you would still have to be like, okay, add an armor core, switch to the Nemesis. Are we hitting 19.7 million, right? Against that boss. And then we're hitting 22 million. Okay, add another armor core, shoot the boss, you know. And then now what are we hitting, right? And you'll be like, oh, we're hitting 19.8 million. And so, and that I can tell you that, like, it takes, so it works, it's a revolving door that way. So it takes big movements with Headhunter to make an impact to your damage numbers. We're talking like 30% at a time, like 30% at a time, 30% headshot damage, 30% weapon damage, 30% amplify damage, whatever, to make movements, to make big changes that matter. And so that's why it's sort of like, you're either doing it or not. So once you get those values, you'll be like, oh, if you see you're at like 16 million and your build is optimized, you're not going to get to 20 million. Sorry. You know what I mean? You're just not. It's just like, we know this because we do this exercise. Like and a lot of it's related to the weapon. And so the most important thing you could do is start with your weapon when it comes to Headhunter, especially. So that's going to make the biggest impact to your build. And so like using these real heavy weapons, like really any of these, right? But like the White Death and whatever. And then like if you're trying to do it with the regular SVD, the Paratrooper SVD, we were really struggling with this because look at that damage, right? Now you can do it with the Dread Edict because it's got it gives you 40% more weapon damage plus another extra 100% headshot damage. But the paratrooper, just way too weak. So start with a strong weapon, and then that's part of what's going to give you a lot of flexibility on your build. Yeah, it is documented. The damage caps are documented by individuals in the game. They're just really dated, and so you're not sure if you can trust them. You know, but the easiest way to test damage thresholds is with Headhunter, right? So what does it take to kill an elite? You know, and you can go around and catalog that. And so, but we know it's 9.8 million on heroic, and then you can look at the old modifiers statistics to show what the multiplier is for the scaling. And so somebody did drop a chart. I might have it still. Let me see if I have it here. Yeah, there it is. So there it is right there, guys. So that's the scaling. So as you can see, if you go down, I'm looking at the black pad on the very left, where it says heroic, normal, hard, challenging, heroic on the left in the black panel. So go to heroic and then scan over to the gold elite section, or yellow elite section. It's 9.8, right? So that's what we were talking about, right? So 9.8 million, or it's technically 9.9, let's say, but well, and we round that to 10 million. So we say you hit 10 million, you're golden, right? 10 million, you're golden. Now, what did we just show earlier? 19.7, right? You hit 19.7, you're golden. So we proved both of those out. Now, these numbers might not be exact. This is an individual. And look, if you look at those testing dates, they're a little old. So his figures could just have been a little bit different, or they're exact. I couldn't tell you, but I know they're really close based on those base values. So we reached both of those. So 9.8 plus 19.7 today with the build that you're looking at. So with this build, it accomplishes that. So we're one-shotting bosses. And then you throw in the Nemesis and you one-shot it, you've got the excess damage. What are you gonna do with that excess damage? Well, you can take it into Legendary. If you scroll down to Legendary solo, the whole top section is solo, right? So Legendary solo is 14.7 million. So we can kill everybody with the white death. Everybody, right? Including the elites. And so, and then you're gonna encounter Chungas. There's no named bosses until the end. And you encounter Chungas, they're gonna take 2 shots. You can need your Nemesis for that. So, or you can still do it with your White Death, but it's gonna take maybe 3 shots. So, because what'll happen is you're gonna switch. The best way to do it is to switch weapons. So you're gonna hit the elite. I mean, you're going to hit the Chunga with your White Death. You're going to hit him at 19.7. It takes 18 million to break his helmet. So you have a little bit of excess there. Anyways, you hit that Chunga. You're going to hit him at 19.7. It's going to break his helmet on solo Legendary. And then you're going to flip to your Nemesis or your TAC 50 and hit him for 10 million and you'll kill him. 2 shots. But you got to change weapons to do that. If you don't, then it's going to take... You're gonna have to probably shoot him 2 more times, if not 3 more times, after you break his helmet with your White Death, because you have no more headshot stacks. Or you go get a headshot stack and then come back to the Chunga, which is perfectly fine, by the way. Okay, and then there's just scaling below. The group scaling factors are below, straight down, and it's the elite section that we care about. Okay, it's the elite section that you care about. You don't care about anything else. So with the elites, you're looking at the bright yellow, you just go straight down. Of course, solo, there is no change. And then a 2-man group, you're looking at 1.2, so on and so forth. So you simply take your legendary number of 14 million, 14.7, let's just say 14.7, take that legendary figure on an elite of 14.7 and times it by a 4-man group, which is 1.7, and that's going to tell you the damage that you need to kill an elite in a 4-man group, and that's about 25 million. That's what that ends up being. And that's why I tell you it's either 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, or 25 million. And so, and today our thresholds for this build for today is 10 million or 20 million. So our threshold today is 10 million or 20 million, and that's what we're looking at. So let's switch builds to demonstrate a point, and then about about if you just add a mechanic to your build and you know your objectives and you know what your damage thresholds are, the possibility on your builds is infinite. So this is a build I've been working on for a month or so now because we used it originally for what is it called, polarity switch, and I never created a build video for it, and it's amazing. It might be my favorite hybrid in the game now. So, and I got tons of those. If you didn't know, I do have a hybrid playlist on my YouTube page that you could check out. Got all the best hybrids in the game there. And so this is a perfected version, still in the works because I'm farming a couple of pieces. These 3 pieces I need to continue to farm. But this is a one-shot kill headshot build that works with all 5 directives. I tested it in Legendary before, but this version I haven't yet. So keep that in mind. What are our damage thresholds we talked about? Well, 10 million. And then from there, it's to kill a boss, right? So you got down the elite column again. We need 10 million or down the named column, 20 million. Now, I don't care about with this build. I don't care about one-shotting a boss. Okay? It's a hybrid. I care about one-shotting elites. So my cap on this build is 10 million. I stated my objective. I want to kill all the elites in a single shot. Okay? And then from there, if I have to take 2 shots on the boss, great. But you know what's cool about this build, guys? You can take 1-shot kill on that boss or no shot kills and kill the boss. Why? Because you got skills. So by adding a mechanic, it opens your possibilities. And adding a mechanic can be as simple as switching to a nemesis, or in this case, point your skills at enemies that you can't one-shot, so it weakens them. And then when they're at that point where you feel like you can one-shot them, you hit them with your rifle and they die in a single bullet. And that's what I do with the bosses here. So when that big-ass heavy gunner comes out, I point my skills at him, and and I go and kill everybody else, and I'm grabbing trophies along the way, but that's buffing my skills that are working on that boss. And then when I'm ready, I turn to that boss and put 1 butt in his butthole, and he dies. And that's adding a mechanic. But the reason why this build is really cool is because you're invisible to the enemy because of your skills. I mean, they don't even see you. And so I'm running around, picking up trophies, driving up my skill damage, and I'm one-shotting everything. And then when a big, chunga comes out, or an enemy with a helmet that you don't want to shoot, you just send your skills on it and focus on everybody else. And so it ends up being a really good build because of that. And so it's an example of where you can divert your damage and make your build optimized, right? So for me, it's just like, God, one-shotting elites is an ultimate. That's like a really nice thing to be able to do. Control point's got 50 enemies. 2 of them are named bosses. 48 of them are NPCs, and about 60% or more are elites. So being able to one-shot an elite is a really good goal. Anything above that, you're gonna draw some inefficiency to your build over damage, because that means on the other 48 guys you can have too much damage, is what I'm trying to say, basically. I'm just gonna get rid of a couple pieces here that I don't think I'm gonna need, so I can pick up some goldies. Vape daddy, using your points. I'm farming the hell out of Habsburg, and I'm having to keep crap because I don't get anything good. And that's why I am full right now. Yeah, so I deleted like a bunch of things yesterday, like 20-30 things yesterday, and then this morning I deleted a bunch more. But it's good. It's good. I mean, I'm learning things. So I'm glad we just did that exercise, because you kind of, as you're toying with things, you figure out what pieces might just be crap. Like, for example, I've been saving Golan headshot pieces, Golan with headshot and weapon handling, but it's just crap because the memento just overpowers everything that you're going to need in that category for regen. and then you start adding bonus armor, and then you're getting out of cover, and then the regen's not even working because you got your bonus armor. It's just not worth having the golem pieces with headshot damage. For assault rifles and stuff like that, it'll be a little bit different. But for headshot damage, yeah, probably okay to delete those now. Make a little bit more room in my stash. Okay, that's good. So let's just make sure we got this scheduled right. So I'm running sharpshooter, which we are. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the Regulus, and I'll put the Nemesis as a backup here for named bosses, because attack 50 is reduced damage against named bosses, but we still might be able to do it because of a tip of spear buffing it, but we'll see. Okay, the chest pieces, let me walk you through the build real fast. So tip of spear, basically more signature weapon damage, and more total weapon damage from the aggressive recon, and then it automatically generates signature weapon ammo every 60 seconds. It will not be a problem because we're running sharpshooter that also generates signature weapon ammo. Gives you 2 bars for every headshot kill, and then when you fill up the meter, you get another drop. So you're gonna have more specialization ammo than you need, but in case you don't, you got that as a backup. And I'm gonna be using my SRS-A1 as a primary. If I use a White Death, what you can also use, you end up with probably some overage in damage, which is fine. Cool. So we got skill tier, skill damage, and protection from elite. So the original version of this build, I ran headshot damage, where you see skill damage, and then I started backing that off to get rid of some of that extra damage that wasn't being applied to enemies. Remember the 10 million threshold. And I found out that we got a lot of wiggle room, so I'm running my knees with skill damage also. Notice these aren't God rolled yet. And then my gloves, I want to do the same thing. It's just that I don't have a pair with skill damage, so I'm farming those. The same thing with the holster. Now for the chest, I'm running Bellstone, and it's a very shitty one I crafted last night because I want it with the skill tier. Now you don't have to. You can run this as a 5 skill tier, and you're getting so many trophies, okay, that you don't really need it. And it's smearing the control points with 5 skill tiers. So I myself, I'm not sure if I would need this to be a 6 skill tier, but that's fine. So I got hazard protection, which is an absolute waste. We got shitty weapon handling, but I like weapon handling. It's just not very good roll, and more protection from elites. And of course, we're running headhunter. That's what's making us do all these wonderful things. I got the memento, of course, and the protection from elites. So we're now relying on that skill efficiency more than ever. And we're getting bonus armor and 30% weapon damage that the enemy can't take away from us. So every time we grab a trophy, it's going to power up our skills by 30%. The base damage is 80,000 on this, and the base damage on that is 50,000. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to take away your so you want to power these up to the point that you're not taking away your one-shot kill capability on elites. Okay, so that's the perfect point on this build. So, so one-shotting everybody with having really strong skills is the objective here. But, and so you're such an efficient killer, you don't really need your skills to be overly strong because you're getting out of cover. Well, with this one you're getting out of cover, grabbing all these fresh trophies, which are powering up your skills. So they're a lot stronger than you think they are. But even if you don't get out of cover, it's not a big deal. You're only using them to really eliminate some key targets that you don't want to shoot. Everybody else, you go wham, wham, wham. So when you one-shot kill, you get a trophy that makes your skills stronger. So they're earning trophies for you also, you grab that trophy, which in turn makes them stronger. So that you, to get more trophies for you, you're one-shot killing also. So you're gonna have more trophies, and your skills are gonna have more power-ups, and they're gonna get you more trophies too. Then you could probably make use of, and that's what I've been finding so far with this build. So let me show you what it can do. And this one, we're gonna need more trophies before we get that ball really rolling to its efficiency. I can't remember how many we need. Maybe like 10 trophies or 5 trophies before we're at a good place. Consistent headshot killing on elites. Non-elites is not a problem. And so I'm kind of going back and forth on whether I want the skill tier or the armor core on the chest, because I am getting out of cover a lot, and the armor core in a chest means we get 20% armor on kill in the form of bonus armor. It's all shields, and that's really helpful. But at the same time, if you keep that that drone close to you, you're kind of invisible anyways. So you're not really taking a lot of damage. So that's sort of what I'm exploring with the chest piece, ultimately. So this is an elite here, so we're probably going to need more than one shot on him. So if you don't know what how tip of spear works, the first shot activates. The second shot is a kill shot, but we also don't have any trophies yet, so we might need a few before we're really there. But tip of spear, you got to activate. So now we're active. That's the green icon below, and now we got the kill shot. And now we just need one kill shot with this, and now we're chain killing and earning more trophies than we could possibly dream of. So perfect damage at 10 point. We're at, what is it, 10.5 right there? That's before our trophies. So so that means we're already at the power to one-shot elites without a full deck of trophies. See somebody down here. So there you go, one-shot an elite. And so you grab these trophies. And so I designed this build. Now, it's the first time I'm running into this chest piece, so we'll make sure that it's working. But I designed this build so that I can continue to one-shot elites even though Tip of Spear expires. So Tip of Spear just expired. All right? And I'm still going to be one-shotting elites. Remember, Determine has no damage applied to it. Okay, so we need trophies to continue that, what I just said. So we were just shy. So we need to get our trophies up to maintain that one-shot kill. So now we're activating, and we're off to the races again as soon as I get this next headshot kill. So I'm gonna point my skills at the boss, because I know I don't have one-shot kill capabilities on him. But I do on everybody else. And then I'm gonna grab trophies so that my skills that are shooting at that boss are now getting stronger. Right? So that boss is taking more damage from my skills as I'm grabbing these trophies. And when I feel like that boss is at a good place, I one-shot killed the boss, hitting at 18 million. Oof, that hurts. Ooh, that thing was fucking wailing on me. Those have been the moments where having the bonus armor would have helped, you see? Because that all of a sudden that turret caught wind that I was running around killing everybody with a single bullet and decided to get mad at me. So do you see what I'm saying? So we added a mechanic, thereby allowing me to one-shot kill a boss. And the mechanic also adds a shield too, right? It's sort of a shielding in a way. It's a cloaking capability. It's not really a cloaking capability, but it sure does feel like it. I mean, look at him. He's not shooting at me. He's ice skating instead. All right. And so it's also giving you amazing clearing times because you got really good reach. Your skills got reach. Your weapons got reach. So the headshot damage, you mean the stats? I'm at 166 with no scope and no white death. So of course that can be higher if you want to. So it's even stronger with the white death, but why do you need it? Right? You get my point? Why do you need it? You'd have overkill with the white death. And I might still use the white death. I don't know. I like this one. It's a little bit faster, but and I like the big bag, so I don't. That's really what I'm after.
My tack rate's all messed up.
One tip of advice is I don't normally like to shoot at the same enemy my skills are shooting. I can just get these fuckers. They're all like. So I don't like shooting at the same enemies my skills are shooting because of their body flinching, and it makes it harder for your headshots. So I'll call my skill back over here so I can freaking get a headshot. There we go. So there's a heavy boss right there, or a heavy altogether. So I'm gonna stick my drone on him so I don't have to waste a headshot on him and then have to reacquire my buff. So now I'm gonna grab these trophies so that my skills get stronger against him. Then I can focus on these other bad boys. This does work with directives too. I'm just not running them now. But the cool thing about the directives is that you're creating those scavenge points really easily. So even if your skills go down, you basically eliminate your cooldowns, right? You can use scavenge points to. So notice I didn't have to shoot that heavy. They took the heavy for me, right? So now I'm gonna stick them on the boss. And then by the time I eliminate everybody else, that boss will be ready for me to kill. There's one enemy outside the gates. One shot the boss. Oh, rogues. Rogues. Yeah, overcharge would be cool. What up, Colin Bishop? Good to see you back, brother. So overcharge would be cool. I haven't read your first part of your comment, but you could also, to his point, like the easiest way to overcharge would be see, the reason I think that's important for me to run the backpack is because it's also my source of heals. You know what I mean? But so this is where the nemesis. Oh, actually, no. We want to use attack 50. So these guys, they're not considered named enemies, so they're gonna take the full brunt of that attack 50 damage. Anyways, the easiest way to get overcharge is just to run a secondary weapon with Future Perfect or even a pistol. Oh, I almost got this guy. Hold on. Don't you guys kill him. He's mine. There we go. You can use the nemesis too. Apparently, I should have probably started there. But easy rogue engagement. Skills always make it a little bit easier, don't they? Yeah, so we could take off the nemesis and, or probably just run the pistol. I know, you're right. The grenade is technically easier, but because you just have to throw it, right? You don't even have to kill anybody. I don't have a good pistol right now. So that's with the shittiest chest you've ever seen in the Division 2 on a heroic build, right? So, I mean, that's a pretty bad chest. So let's do it again, and we're going to turn on all the directives so you can see what that looks like. Now, the catch to all directives is one thing, and that is Pistolero, because of my gameplay style. So it's not the build, it's Pistolero. And so, and my playstyle combined, because you notice that I was running around a lot. So I'm running Sharpshooter, which generates ammo. So if you play from cover, then you're gonna get the ammo generated from Sharpshooter. But I was moving around a lot, which means I would have probably eventually ran out of ammo if I was running Pistolero there, which would have forced me into cover. And And so I turned off the directives on Pistolero and the skills just to not mess with it, but I do want to show you, oh shit, that it's definitely an option, and it's not bad at all because of how fast you're killing and picking up those green things, and you're visible. There we go. To be able to, you're not truly invisible, but you feel invisible, to be able to truly run around and grab all your components, even while they're running special ammo. I need to get this one headshot kill. There we go. So it's 12.2 million on crit, and we need 10 million to kill elites. Okay, then we'll throw the skills on the big tanky guy, right? And then grab your trophies to hurt him faster. You don't need to do that, but it helps. There it is. So we'll turn on directives though. I mean, we got 3 on, but I want to show you that you can run all. Probably I'll just run 5. I won't turn on Pistolero. It's just. I gotta get out of cover. Actually, I think it's part of the strategy. I mean, if you can, you should definitely give it a try, because I'm picking up those trophies. Are it's not a true overcharge, but it's like a mini little overcharge. When you grab those trophies, each trophy is a 30% skill damage, skill haste, skill duration. If you're running status effects, it'll be the same. Colin, I know. I'd be going real outside the box if I ran the Acostas, though, huh? The Acostas actually isn't bad. It's actually a pretty good backpack. It would be pretty interesting to run actually a future with Acostas because of how easy the mechanic is. Have you ever done that? So I'm wondering, like, because the mechanic is as easy as throwing a grenade, it doesn't even have to hit an enemy. And you can do it once a minute, but like use future, a no scope sniper future weapon. And then instead of putting damage red cores on your other 3 free slots cores, you put armor. And then maybe work on that build next. That kind of sounds fun. And then so that way, because the downside of running the Acostas is that you lose all your regen. So you need something, you know, to keep you running around. The good side is that you wouldn't need to run sharpshooter, so you can put technician there, and with your nemesis, so that could be kind of interesting. It's definitely outside the box. You know what I mean? That's definitely outside the box, isn't it? Hey, let me grab that because that does sound interesting. Let me go grab my Acostas. You know that's not something I keep in my stash. Tactical assessments. Did anybody get to hear that question? Rural fiddle. Control points. I'll have to look at my watch again, but I usually have more than I can manage because of control points. That's where I spend most of my time. Yeah, Tupac about the Achilles pulse. I'm just not a fan, never have been. The only time I feel like I've seen an effective Achilles pulse is in a group build in very specific scenarios where somebody is overcharging it.
Agent, Pilot Torres is cleared for
And we
transport
tried.
to Henley College.
We tried a future perfect build ourselves and doing all this stuff just to try to get that thing to show up on the head consistently. And we were having a heck of a time doing it. So there's the Acostas, one in the hand. And then we also have the BTSU gloves, which can do the same thing if you detonate a hive, which is fine. The only thing that kind of sucks is that I always find that detonating a hive takes like a half hour to fucking do that thing. You know what I mean? You got to drop it on the ground, set it down, and do all of that. And if you're trying to time it, that can be kind of a pain in the butt. Like a good time to go into overcharge is really for your boss, you know? I'm just looking for a couple other weapon possibilities. It's Model 700. That's my hunting rifle right there. Go deer hunting. You do have the scalpel with perfect, but you know, I don't like that gun at all. I don't like the way it handles. So it's tactical assessments. Oh, I was thinking of field recon data. Which ones are the tactical assessments? Are those the ones over here? Which ones are the tactical assessments? Because we got, oh, these ones, yeah. These ones, I mean, the fastest way I get them is just purchasing them. So printer filament, I think, is one of the things that eats up the, well, it looks like titanium. It depends. Depends. But yeah, I mean, I find that I never have any. I mean, look at my stash. Look at the quantity at the very top there. Look, I have nothing. Basically. I mean, that's hyenas, black tusk. Let me see. Where's the True Sons? Look, I have 4 True Sons one, and that's all we've been doing is fighting True Sons today. Savage Killer in the house. Okay, we'll try that. We'll try that. Did I got it all? Let's just double check them so I'm not being a dork. All right, Ghostess is there. Good morning, Hannes.
Pilot Torres is cleared for transport to Henley College.
Bosses and missions and bounties is what Chris is saying. Okay. Yeah, but we don't do those very often, do we? I mean, but think about all the bosses we killed today. I mean, I didn't get any. You know what I mean? I've heard that rumor too. But I think when they say bosses, missions, and aren't they really talking about these guys down here? The field recon, isn't that where the bosses come from? Give you? Because I didn't get anything from all those bosses. Let's check again. So we've had to have killed at least 10 bosses today, not more, and I only got 4. And I'm pretty sure that 4 is leftover from crafting, you know?
Good to see you.
I don't know. Definitely not enough. I feel like with the amount I play, those should always be full, and I never have any. You know? It's like... Okay, so the Acosta's go bag, you get skill damage status effects, you get armor kits, more grenades, 25% ammo capacity, 10% repair skills, status effects, blah. So fun stuff. But oh, I forgot the most important part. You throw a grenade, you get that grenade back, but you get overcharge if we're at 6 skill tiers, which we'll have to be. And so what I want to do is pair it up with Future, because Future is really easy to maintain with these builds. So we'll go ahead and use this one. And then I will go probably no scope on this one too. And then I'll re-roll it to Future.
Nice to see you.
Actually, let's do everything else first. So I think what I'm gonna do is probably roll with Technician on this one. Make sure we got the right weapons, which we do. And then we got damage, which we do. Then we'll get an extra skill tier, which we will. All right, let's activate that. All right, so we got the skill tier there. And then probably we'll run Brazo's chest with Picaro's, and that should probably get us everything we need. So Brazo's headshot damage, Headhunter, and then Picaro's will give us weapon damage and a skill tier. We'll go with that one. And then now we're at 3 skill tiers right there, right? And I think that's all we need. So from the rest, we could probably just go, I'm thinking armor. Because, or something, I don't know. So the only thing that sucks is that we don't have any heals. So that's the part that we're gonna be missing. Did I put the weak one on? What's the one on here? Why do I have 2? That one, you trash. I mean, and so the other way to do it would be to go ahead and put on all skill tiers. And then by doing that, I can run Preservation. And that would be my form of heals. I don't know which one's better. That's the easiest way to get heals. Otherwise, we're gonna run. We'd have to break it apart, which might be fine, but we got no damage there. But otherwise, we're gonna have to break it apart and put on like Bellstone and stuff like that. So the easiest way to get our heals is gonna be Preservation, which means you might as well run all 6 skill tiers here, right? Okay, let's do that. So no Future, but then we'll lose the overcharge capability. So we gotta run Future. So the problem is we'll be stuck in cover, which is okay, I guess. Most people aren't gonna run and gun anyways, like me. I'm a crazy guy. Good news is we'll put on scope, a scope, that scope, this scope. All right, talking it through. So this one will be more play from cover style. There's no trophies to get anyways, so that's good. And then weapon will be Z White to Death with Preservation. And White Death is a good one to go with here because it does give you extra headshot damage since we're not running Sharpshooter, which we might go back to that. But since we're not running Sharpshooter, it gives it, we're missing headshot damage from the scope, from the digital scope. So this replenishes that plus some. And then, I'm gonna go all skill tiers, but I might put it on the hot shots pieces. I do have those, and of course they're on my other character. Now that I think about it. Let me see here. Let me look first. I mean, we could build it out from scratch too, but the hot shots would be more because you can get the handling, which is fine. But you get that 30% plus 30%. So even if we ran 2-piece Habsburg, we can get 15 and 15, which will equalize that 30%. And then, yeah, so this just seems to be stronger. And so if we can play from cover, I mean, I don't even know if I need preservation anymore. Gonna be too many hills. You know what I mean? It might be too many hills. So let's hot shot. That'll work. I can run that hot shot. Let's just reform these. There we go. Then I don't have to go to my other character. And then hot shot here. So by putting one there, that'll push us to tier 5. So let's do that. And then we only need to add 1 skill tier to those. So 1.1 million armor is a good place to be. So 1.3 is probably too high because we don't have any regen to go with it. So let's put one of these to red. Well, actually, one of these. Let's do that one like that because I can have that. 2 will stay blue. 1 will turn to gold. Oh wait. It's not gonna work. I don't know what I'm thinking. Hold on a second. Let me put this gun to where it needs to be. Sorry. I went back and forth. This has to stay at future because our goal is to always have overcharge. Okay. That's the objective. Always have overcharge while one-shotting elites. That's the objective. So that means we got too many skill tiers. So that means we could take off that. These get tough because it doesn't make any sense to have any armor, but we don't have any heals. So that armor is just delaying the inevitable, so you might as well put on red. And then I could take off technician and put on sharpshooter. And that'll give us stability and more headshot damage, but I don't know. And then I can turn one of these back to red. There we go. So now we're at 1.1. There's no point in going higher than that. And then headshot damage, we're at 262. Should be good enough. We got the nemesis to get the ball rolling. And then for mods, let's go ahead and put a headshot damage there for now. Because see, one thing I could do, actually, let me rethink this. Well, the other thing I could do is put on 2 pieces of Bellstone to Xena here. Even though this is attractive, but not having heals is a pain in the ass. So, I mean, for me, I don't like stopping to put on an armor kit. So I'd rather go more skill tiers on the build and then do something like this instead. And put a Bellstone. Should have that piece already. Actually, it might be over here. No, moved it. All right, so now we got regen and kill, armor and kill. So there's our heals. And now we need to add one more skill tier, which I can put there. And I think we're off to the races. We got everything. Also, I'll leave the headshot damage on right now, but we might change that to protection from elites. There we go. Now we are at 291 with a base damage of 845. See what it can do. So the problem is, I will say right now, so I'll leave the directives, is if you can't get out of cover, if you're not playing out of cover a lot, scavenge skills becomes an issue, because this is what we found with the overcharge and why we haven't been running future on a lot of these builds, is because when your skill breaks and it's just not available until you go get those scavenge skills, and then all of a sudden you have an overcharge that activates and there's no skill out there, it becomes quite wasteful. So you kind of don't want to, it's really hard to time it out. It's really hard to time it out with scavenge skills because they're always breaking. So, and if you're not getting out of cover, I mean, if you get out of cover, you might be able to manage. And we might be able to get out of cover with this. I mean, we're not gonna have any bonus armor, but if we use our skills to cloak us, it might be okay. So it's just not verified yet. So we'll use our nemesis on this one to kick it off. One shot kill, always a good start. You little fucking special ammo lady. Okay. We hit at 15 million, so we got more damage than we need. That was just off of one kill, right? So. Ugh. So that's an overcharge right there. To save my butt, right?
Reinforcements en route.
So you got to take out those special weapon guys, because they do some serious damage on your special ammo guys. They do damage on those skills. Like, there we go. One shot in elites. So let's earn ourselves some trophies. I mean, some skill tiers. So as you can see, I absolutely don't need determined. When I do have determined, I'm playing it out of cover more. Is it nice to have? Oh yeah. I'll still be recommending it. You little... I'll just wait till I'm not on fire again, apparently. Jesus Christ. Their fire lasts so long, man. Alright. Where were we? Okay, we lost our buff. Come on. You don't have that skill efficiency, so you could feel that. I don't know if you could feel that duration a little bit in that skill haste. I was like, God, when are my skills coming back? It took forever.
Hostile detected.
Yeah, it is pretty constant, Colin. You're right. Like, I can't even keep up with it. A lot to keep up with that overcharge. It's like, it's constant. By the time one's down, the problem is that they're, I'm taking, for some weird reason, like, they're not taking the aggro away from me very well. Like, that's why I'm missing shots. You see the body flinching that's happening on me? Like, I'm just taking a lot of damage. Which is, I don't know why, really. Shouldn't be that way. Let's try that again.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And so, so what ends up happening is you can't land a shot to get your skill tiers. See how I can't get a good shot right here? There we go. So that was a long time to be running without skill tiers. And I'm taking damage. I don't know what the deal is, man. Why they could see me so easily. I moved away from my turret just in case. But usually even when I'm standing right next to my turret, I'm not taking damage. I don't know what the deal is.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
Are we not getting armor on kill or what? Might need more. See that kill? Put those on the boss. And hopefully it comes in so I can put them on overcharge. Just fucking no. Don't do that. God damn it. Lost my overcharge because I accidentally shot that backpack.
I need to move on. You're moving on my.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. You kind of,
Supply room access unlocked.
yeah, I don't know. I got to figure out why they were looking at me so much. I don't know what that was about. Maybe just bad luck right there. Sally Mae, what up? Howdy. Howdy, Sally Mae. You know what it also might be? Maybe we want technician in exchange for the skill tier. Maybe we're not getting enough value out of, I'm sorry, maybe we want sharpshooter instead of technician. You know? The loss of breathe control might be really crappy. And I'm pretty sure we had over damage. So, because we were hitting out 14 million on our first shot with the White Death. So that's a lot to play with. We only need 10. I think we can. Yeah, Colin. Yeah. And then get rid of future or what? You're saying like with only needing one kill? Yeah, Psyker Tech build. We're trying one with that's based on overcharge, which I don't tend to do a lot of. So it's kind of different. So I want that breathe control back. That's what I'm doing there. And then, so we're at 6 skill tiers though, right? Well, not right now because I just took off a skill tier, but when I add one back on, so go 1, 2, and then add back on 3, and then future gets you to 6. But now we picked up a lot more damage, technically 10% more on the scope, without losing reload speed. So we got faster reload speed, and then we picked up 15% more from from sharpshooter. And then, But I wanted that breathe control back.
Hey, you looking for something special?
And then we picked up more damage, so on the way. Wait, is that the knees that I'm running right now? Oh, we needed headshot damage there. Okay, that's good. And then the gloves, let's go ahead and run. Put back on that skill tier. There we go. So we can test this in here because we don't have a backpack talent. So put on elite. Yeah. So can we one-shot kill an elite right out of the gate? Nope. Close. And then once you get it, let's just switch to our other weapon now. Now you are. So 2 shots and an elite right out of the gate. Could probably fix that, but start there. And then you're at overcharge. You see the overcharge there? On your skills. So it's 94,000. And then you hook this bad boy. Now we got another overcharge. Is it working or not? Oh, I lost those skill tiers. Shit. So you got to maintain, right? Which is not a problem, but I just didn't think they would time out right then. It's not a problem until it is. So the problem is like of the overcharged skill tier thing. Like when you lose your buff and then you have to switch weapons, then you lose your skill tiers too. And then you have to go back and, you know, it's not that hard to re-earn them. The hard part is there an enemy to re-earn them on? That's the reality of it all. You know, so your skills, again, you don't really want to shoot the guy your skills after because it tends to lead to a miss because he's body shaking all over the place. And then you got your hiding enemies. So you try to time things out, and so that's the condition. Okay, let's give it a whirl. I think that'll work. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just keep it down to 1 kill. We can try that. Let's do yeah, we might have to keep it to 2 kills. Let's see here. I don't want to get too far away from that one-shot elite. Let's just try it, I guess. It's not so much kills as it is shots, right? How many shots does it take? And so if your first kill takes 3 shots, it's like the same as 4 elites. But your first kill, but your first overcharge could technically be the backpack anyways, right? All right, let's try this. That should work. So we're at 5 skill tiers, so 1 kill here. Maintain it, and then... Yeah, you know, Colin, those red bars haven't been showing up too much lately. So I don't know if it's for everybody or if it's we were talking about this last night for a long time. But is that maybe it's because I'm running directives? But for some reason, when I've been kicking off the fight, it's been happening for at least 2 weeks, or maybe since season 11. I don't know. Started, but the control points used to start out with like reds and purples, but since season 11. They've been starting with golds, almost pure elites. Like 8 out of 10 times. And I don't, and it might be because I'm running directives. I haven't figured it out yet, but let's see here. See that? So well, let's look at all the enemies. It might be a directive thing, or they changed something. They silently buffed everybody. So there's one purple there, but look at all the golds. You seen that? And a few reds will come out eventually, but I've been noticing when I'm stepping up, I was like, sometimes there's not even one elite. It's been happening to me. It's like not even one veteran sometimes. Look at this. Everybody is gold except for that one guy. So we'll go for him. Okay, now we got it. Our headshot kill.
Reinforcements incoming.
Oh shit. God damn it. Switch it out. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna go back to the overcharge again.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Sure, I'm taking a lot of damage for running a skill build. You know what I mean? And it's pissing me off because they're not supposed to see me right now. Yeah, 5 armor kits. That's nice to have. Like it's bothering me because see that it's that turret up there, and it keeps me from taking that shot. See that? It's like fucking super annoying. And I don't see the controller. There he is. Got him. Super annoying. I mean, because earlier we were running around here, right? And so I'm here. I'm playing at distance and being seen. just walked right through that wall. So you're kind of one-shotting the elites. Yeah, I don't know. I just fell right into this room. Whoa, bro. Are you seeing this? Are you guys seeing this shit? Hello? What's up? You can't kill me. You can't kill me. It'd be cool if you could shoot through these windows. Oh, you can. I just killed somebody.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
You can't see anybody though. Shield peek strategy. Door peek strategy. Oh, that's funny. Trying to figure out what you can do once you're in here. I've never been in this room before. Is anybody else? Let's see. Okay, here comes somebody. So my drone should spot her, right? Maybe if I can get him to come through this door, it'd be perfect. Just line him up. Because you can shoot out. That bullet left. There's one. There it is. Yes. I want that shot. Come on. It's my character's like wandering. It's weird. Where are you, buddy? Come on. There it is. Those switch shoulders. For some reason, I can't see him. He's at a weird angle. There he is. There he is. Come on. My character's going like the opposite way that I'm directing it. There it is. I got it. Sucker! Very hard shot though. For some reason, like it's weird. It's like acting like I'm in reverse. I don't know why I can't get that fucking camera to line up. There it is. It's weird. He won't hold it. Maybe I gotta take the scope off. Because I'm too close to the door, it's doing weird things with my arm. See that? See if I get closer, my arm goes up. See that? That's what's happening. It's always something new. Yeah, okay. So, pretty exciting. All right, how do we get out of here? Let's see if we can roll out. Otherwise, I might have to restart. And it might put me back in. Fast traveling usually gets you out of here, but I might not be able to because we're in a fight. I wish you could jump in the Division 2 a little bit. All right. Fast travel. I did my watch in about 4 weeks, maybe, to max it out to 1,000. 4 to 5 weeks or something like that. I was all about it though. When I got my watch, I was like, yeah, I'm getting that back. I need my crit chance. I need my crit chance. You know, it was mostly about the crits, getting that crit chance up. I was just like, so yeah, it took me about 4 weeks or so, give or take. And I've been playing the game since basically launch. And then I took a couple of months break. Took a break for like 3 or 4 months at one point, and it came back around the time Woney released. And then I played for a while, grinded things up, and then I jumped into Warlords of New York about maybe 2 months after, 2 or 3 months after it launched, maybe a month. I don't remember exactly. But So I'm behind probably on my watch compared to many players that started around the same time as me, because I didn't get Warlords in New York right away. So which means I didn't grind my watch up for a couple of months or whatever. But pretty close. Yeah, so 10,000 watts is pretty average for somebody who's been playing since around day one. Yeah, so I like the build. I'm just figuring out how to play it, the playing style of it, because it's sort of a reverse concept of how I normally run my hybrid skill damage sniper build so far, because I normally run it like, because you're one-shot killing. I mean, it's just, that's more efficient than your skills, right? But obviously, if you get everything just super Slayer beast mode, then why not? But what is kind of funny, like my initial thoughts are like, I feel like it's taking away weapon opportunities. Which is a funny problem to have, right? It's a funny problem to have. And so like, basically, and what you don't want to be doing is, what that could result in, the downside of it is that it could result in you timing out on your headhunter and having to go back to your nemesis and then go back to here. But you're not relying on your skill tier, so it's not really hurting, but it's adding steps that you might not need. But not always. So I mean, I just don't have enough experience with it, but that's like my first impression. You know what I mean? But definitely strong on the skill side, no doubt. But the thing is, like with your sniper builds, you're usually doing such a good job of clearing the entire thing with your sniper that you don't. I normally don't power up my skills at all. I kind of keep them at a certain power level and just kind of like, I don't want them too strong. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with them being stronger. I mean, that's the objective of the other build, is to make the skills as strong as possible without taking away my one-shot kill capabilities. And so one improvement this build could particularly have is to get that first shot with the nemesis on an elite to be a kill shot, which shouldn't be that hard to do, just some tweaking here and there. Because we got headshot damage everywhere, but at this stage, you know, we could look at the gear set, taking away the gear set, or taking away Bellstone. But this is actually giving us damage up here, this TAC 50. And once you have TAC 50 ammo, I mean, we might be doing it with the TAC 50 too. Pretty effective on the skill level for sure. I mean, so one way to look at it in a funny way is like, you don't have to shoot. Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying? Like, because you're killing so well and you constantly have your skills at overcharge, you don't have to, you only have to shoot once every 60 seconds or something like that. What is this? What's the cooldown on this? 60 seconds, right? Because you're at 6 skill tiers. So just get 1 kill every 60 seconds, which really means 2 kills because a headhunter times out. So I'm thinking out loud here as I say this. So maybe the strategy is just get enough kills to never lose your headhunter. So 1 kill every 30 seconds is your strategy with this, and let your skills do all the work, which is a definitely different play style. But I think that's the way this one's running, because again, the easiest way to lose your headhunter is trying to shoot a target that your skills are shooting. You hear me? And that's coming from a man with sniper experience in the Division 2. So the easiest way to lose it is when the enemy's flinching. And so when my allies are shooting at an enemy, I carefully select that shot. I'm like, can I take it? Nah, it's not worth the risk. Picking a new target. You hear me? So same thing with your skills. Your skills are like the allies, right? So when they're taking, when those tanky Terminator enemies are taking damage, they're like twitching all over the place and their heads all over the place. And if they're on fire, it's worse. And so you aim at different targets than your skills are, is my point, right? So fine, easy enough. But when your skills are such good killers, they move on to the next target. Because they're on overcharge, they move on to the next target quite quickly, you know, quite quickly. And so look at, we get the instant overcharge there. I'm gonna pop that. What are they hitting at though? I didn't see any damage numbers. I mean, do you see the, so they move on to the next, anyways, but they move on to the next target so quickly because they killed so nice, because they're basically always on overcharge. If that it makes it hard for you to get a kill in. You're more like managing the skills is your job, which isn't bad. But the hardest part about the build, even if it's only 1 kill, is to or it's technically 2 kills, is to maintain headhunter. That's the hardest part of the build. See, look. See, look at him twitching. Like, that's 2 shots I missed on him already. And that's an easy target. You know what I mean? So it's a funny problem to have, right? And so now I gotta re-earn my headhunter stack, and it's easier said than done because then they, you know, they hide and stuff like that. So let's get this in a crazy fun place. Get out of here. Fuck, I mean, come on, how slow does my character jump? No, that's a great RPM. I love that RPM, Original Warrior. Just don't miss. So yes, if you're missing a lot of shots. Okay, so because if you're missing a lot of shots, that means you're getting lots of reloads in there. And so if your reload is good, not so bad, if it's not so big of a deal. So it kind of depends on those little features. So pay attention to your reloading and how much you're doing it. Why the fuck did he just die? It's probably a played very deep build too. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can't put a shot on those guys. They're dead already, basically. I'm in their reds. And they're like, they already acquired that purple target, you see? The skills are, make it tough to Skype. See, I'm at a funny angle, granted. There we go. And then also, you got to think about, you don't want to accidentally go into overcharge. Well, it's pretty hard to do that. Double overcharge on accident, right? So you got to time your cooldowns a little bit better. So I haven't gotten that down yet. So that's something to pay attention to. See, they're both on cooldown. So I must have had some sort of overlap on accident. Just user error. I must have not paid attention to something. I mean, basically what happened is I probably, and that's something you got to consider, is that you don't want to get a kill while your other one's in overcharge, and if you're ready for an overcharge. You know what I'm saying? So if the backpack is in overcharge, is active in overcharge, you don't want to get a kill. But if you start out right, I think that's a rare situation that they're going to overlap if you don't delay on your overcharges. But sometimes it's hard. It depends on who's in your face, right? But we'll figure it out. Okay, so here you want to start with the grenade, and then I don't want to get a kill until it times out. I think. So that's now I want to get a kill. And you want to do it as fast as possible. So that's a little tough. It's a little tough on Headhunter. What targets are available? Who's standing in front of you, right? There's conditions to that. So it's adding a little conditionalness to the build. Because there was only one target available and my skills were beaten on it, and so I can't land that shot. And so here I am, laying. It'll probably be okay, but... There we go, finally. Am I an overcharge or not? I don't see an overcharge button. Just lost my... So I'm not seeing any overcharge, and that's 2 kills now. What am I missing? God, she's impossible to fucking shoot. Where's my overcharge? Did I change something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm at 5. It's 2 kills. Okay. Because I don't have the chest piece. Right. Yeah. So maybe you put one skill as a healer, one skill as an attack drone. Maybe that will help even it out a little bit. And then, I'm just having a hell of a time to find somebody to kill. I think that guy's running around like a loco. Oh, there's one. It's taking 2 shots to kill him, so 3 kills to get overcharged, technically. 2 shots on the elite. And now I gotta kill another guy. See, why doesn't that count right there? Or did it? It didn't. So we're at 6. 1. Yeah, I don't get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means 1 kill gets us a 6. 1 takes us overcharge. We just got 2 kills back to back. Why didn't it happen? Does this work? No, because we don't have our skills. So you got to go, right? Yeah, because we couldn't get our, that shouldn't work because we didn't get our, oh, that's annoying. So I'm going to have to try this. That. I'm not worried about the overcharge right now. I'm just having a hard time getting a kill because how the skills, how they react to skills. Okay, there's 1. Let's get, and then this should activate it. Here it is. And then the funny thing is, there we go. Now I can change back to the Nemesis. Excuse me. So I just got to figure out the damage thing. So, okay, that's cool. Because the problem is we want to keep that exchange as simple as possible. So I need to up the damage. Let's get my gear here real quick. I need to up my damage on the sniper. I mean, in a perfect world, you up it so much that you don't have to switch to your Nemesis, but that's not gonna happen. Because it's really, even if I get it to a 1-shot, even if I got 6 skill tiers, so it only requires 1 kill to put in future, it's really 2 kills because I got to go to the Nemesis and then to that. This is what happens next that makes it difficult. Is you're now in overcharge. Overcharge on this is gonna last for 15 seconds, right? That's half of your hunter duration. So if your skills are killing so well you can't find a target, you're not refreshing Headhunter. And then what happens, so you only got 15 seconds, because right when you hit that 15-second mark, you're gonna throw this one. That's gonna give you another 15 seconds, right? Of overcharge. And then now you're struggling to find a target again because your turrets are out there, your drones and stuff are out there killing things. It's just the reality of it, right? It's a kind of a good reality, except for the mechanic part. So it's great on the killing side, bad on the mechanic side. And then now that's done. And then let's see. So if that happened at 15 seconds, then that means you should have no cooldowns for 15 seconds. So finally you have some peace, except your skills are still going. It's not like your skills aren't still shooting. You still got 6 skill tier skills out there, you know, and how many enemies do you have left to acquire? But you're now in the 60-second cooldown for this thing, and then there would be, what's this one got cooldown? 60 seconds also, right? 90 seconds. So the cooldowns are weird. So every now and again, those cooldowns are going to overlap. It's kind of weird. So because the cooldowns are going to overlap eventually, it's probably better that you find yourself in a situation where you're just not paying attention to them. Don't you think? You know what I mean? Like, they go in overcharge sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Maybe we get rid of future. I don't know. You know, I got to think about that. You know, I mean, for a minute, it was working really well. He was like, oh, look, it's constantly in overcharge, but the problem is the mechanic. And I'm sure we can figure that out. But because one's at 90 and one's at 60, 90-second overcharge cooldown, you see that? And one's at 60, eventually those cooldowns are going to overlap. And then you're like, and then you might find yourself in this, or eventually they're both are going to get ready at the same time too, I would imagine, right? They're both going to be like, I'm available for an overcharge. As long as you don't throw a grenade, you're in control. But the throwing the grenade one is the easiest one to do. So I wonder if you find yourself in a position, which you do, when overcharge is active, when the backpack is active, you're in a 15-second no-kill position. Unless Future's in its cooldown. So there are going to be times where you are in a 15-second don't shoot anybody position. I mean, it's going to be sometimes, not every time, because sometimes Future's going to be in a cooldown. Just kind of thinking it out, right? But currently, that's not my problem. Currently, my problem is I can't get a kill because my skills are just so fucking driving these guys mad, which is a good problem to have hard on their mechanic. So it might be a playstyle adjustment, or, you know, just like play deep. You know, maybe you play like really deep, or I don't know. Or I change out of a sniper and into a... Or you use those overcharge for your heals instead of damage. Lots of different ways to do it. I mean, you could be a crazy fucking medic right here, right? I mean, you could be a really good medic here also. What is that pumping out at? 47,000 heals. What if you ran a BTSUs, right? Instead, move a reformation onto your thingy, your dealio. I don't know. I'll play with it though. I think this is it's a fun puzzle to solve, because on paper, in theory, it's amazing, right? You're like, oh my god, your skills are out there shredding. They're just cutting fools down. They're basically always in overcharge. But there's little weird things like that, and that those cooldowns are gonna overlap in two ways every now and again. They're gonna both be in cooldown, and they're both gonna be available for overcharge. Now, if they're both available for overcharge, that's fine. Except when you're in a situation where your future is available for overcharge and your backpack is actively overcharging, then you're in a no-kill scenario, and that's the third scenario where you can't use your gun for 15 seconds. Not a problem. Who cares? You're out there killing things anyways, except you have to use your gun to maintain Headhunter, and if you don't, it becomes a real pain in the rear to lose it, because these enemies are just act funny when your skills are out there kicking their butt. Yeah, so fun puzzle to work on. We'll figure it out. I like the opportunity to try something out with the Acosta's backpack that we haven't done before in the style of season 11. So that makes me happy, because we need to make use of this backpack more. It's not a bad backpack. But we could also look at different types of skills. You want them to be relatively hands-free, so, you know, because you're supposed to be busy sniping. But we could also look at different types of skills, and that might be part of the equation. There's not a lot of autonomous skills out there, though. I mean, you got attack hives, but that makes enemies. So you don't want to do things that cause the enemies to go weird, like fire. They get all weird with fire. You don't want to be spending your life in rifle. If you got too much rifle, you're not going to be able to use your weapon. I mean, you got seekers. The cooldowns are really long, so you're going to miss your overcharges. You know what I mean? So you got some weird. I mean, you can do shocks, but big open world, you're not going to be able to use these traps. I mean, you could put that decoy. I mean, it's not a bad idea to put that decoy into crazy overcharges, but we've seen that it's just better. We've experimented with that, and it is fun, but it's better to include the mantis in that equation anyways. And so what we were doing is using the mantis on a 3 skill tier build you throw it out there, you switch to the White Death with Future Perfect and get 3 more skill tiers. But I'm thinking now, shit, maybe we run a Mantis on the 6 skill tier build and just run Acosta and throw the decoy out and then throw a grenade and put it in overcharge. And then you don't have to switch weapons as long as you're one-shot killing elites. I don't know. I gotta think about it. I like this puzzle. Yeah, so I think the moral of today's story is that lots of possibilities with these headshot builds, which is, and it doesn't have to be snipers. You got pistols, you got rifles, and you got shotguns that can also do some of this stuff. And you know, you can go the armor route, you can go the healer route, and the skill damage route. The one route that's kind of weird is status effects route. I find that you're killing so fast that you don't really need to roll any status effects into your build, so you're good to go with status effects without any skill tiers. I mean, like maybe 1 skill tier for Riot Foam, and then run the memento, and you're just good to go, you know? So, all right, everybody, I'm gonna leave it here. Getting late, gotta catch some grub, but we will catch you tomorrow, which is Friday night stream. We're headed into the weekend, so, and then I'll be working on some build videos to probably hit, I think on Saturday morning will be the next build vid. All right, everybody, have a good night. Catch you later. Thanks for the help.
Tuxedo out.